Good morning. My name is Ala Kamil, and I will be serving as the designated federal official to the U.S. EPA Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, which is referred to as the SAC. For this meeting and in my role, I will be opening this public meeting. I want to thank Dr. George Cobb for serving as the chair of the committee for this meeting, and I also want to thank the members of the committee, the ad hoc reviewers, and the public for attending this important meeting. We appreciate the time and effort the committee members in preparing for this meeting, considering their busy schedules. In addition, I want to thank EPA's Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics, OPPT, and my colleagues at the Science Advisory Committee's branch in EPA for their hard work in preparing for this peer review of the draft risk evaluation for octamethylcyclotetrasiloxane, which is known as D4. Now, the SAC is a federal advisory committee that provides independent scientific peer review and advice to EPA on chemical-related issues regarding the impact of proposed regulatory actions on human health and the environment. The SAC provides advice and recommendations to EPA. However, decision-making and implementation authority remains with the agency. The SAC for this meeting is comprised of 14 members who are experts in toxicology, environmental risk assessment, exposure assessment, and related sciences. The expertise of these members is augmented by 6 ad hoc reviewers who are special government employees participating in the SAC peer review, providing additional scientific expertise, including reproductive and developmental toxicology, exposure to consumer products, and cancer and non-cancer human health hazards, as well as analytical chemistry and LC-MS expertise. As a designated federal official for this meeting, I serve as a liaison between the SAC and the agency. I am also responsible for ensuring provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, also known as FACA, are met. The Federal Advisory Committee Act of 1972 established a system that governs the creation, operation, and termination of the executive branch advisory committees. SAC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability to the public. All documents are available to the public in the docket at regulations.gov listed in the meeting agenda. And as the designated federal official for this meeting, a critical responsibility is to work with appropriate agency officials to ensure that all appropriate ethics regulations are satisfied. In that capacity, committee members received training on provisions of the federal conflict of interest laws and ethics and scientific integrity training. In addition, each participant has filed a standard government financial disclosure report. Our deputy ethics official for the Office of Mission Critical Operations and their team, in consultation with the Office of General Counsel, have reviewed these reports to ensure all ethics requirements are met. The SAC will review challenging scientific issues over the next 4 days. We have a full agenda, so meeting times are approximate. Thus, we may not keep to exact times as noted in the agenda due to discussions and public comments. We strive to ensure adequate time for agency presentations, public comments, and committee deliberations. For presenters, SAC members, and public commenters, please identify yourself as you speak in your microphones, since this meeting is being webcasted, transcribed, and recorded. I'd like to note that we have a live video webcast for this meeting through YouTube. To access it, please go to the link to the meeting webpage listed in the agenda. Copies of all EPA presentation materials, written Public comments and other documents related to this meeting are available in the public docket at regulations.gov. Copies of presentation materials submitted this week by public commenters will be available in the public docket within the week. For this meeting, there are so far 14 registered attendees, 7 of which are registered to give oral comments. Registration to attend this meeting is open until the last day of the meeting. Now, members of the committee and ad hoc reviewers are encouraged to consider all written and oral public comments submitted for this meeting. We dedicated adequate time for the agency presentations, public comments, and peer reviewers to discuss their questions. As we move through the proceedings, if time allows, we may be able to move to the next agenda item if an item takes less than the anticipated time. Now, for press inquiries, EPA Media Relations staff are available to answer your questions about this meeting. And please address all questions to Kathy Milburn at the email press@epa.gov. Now, at the conclusion of this meeting, the SAC will prepare a report as a response to questions posed by the agency, background materials, presentations, and public comments. This final report also serves as the meeting minutes, so we anticipate the final report and meeting minutes will be completed in about 60 days after the meeting is concluded. And in closing, I wish to thank the committee and ad hoc reviewers and the public for your participation. Special thanks are due to the EPA teams who participated in the preparation of this meeting, and I'm looking forward to both a challenging and interesting discussion over the next 4 days. I will turn the meeting over to our chair, Dr. George Cobb. Dr. Cobb.
Thank you, Dr. Kamal. And welcome everyone, public and our committee members. I'd like to thank the committee members for the hard work thus far, and to also thank EPA for their diligent work in getting this draft risk evaluation completed to this point under some duress with shutdowns and the like. I do appreciate your work in that regard. My name is George Cobb. I'm environmental chemist at Baylor University, where I chair the environmental science department. At this point, I'd like to take our role and have each person say just a bit about themselves, not too terribly much. But Dr. Apte?
Hello, my name is Udayan Apte. I'm a professor in the Department of Pharmacology, Toxicology, and Therapeutics at the University of Kansas Medical Center. My expertise is in human health assessment.
Thank you. Dr. Baker.
Hi, I'm Marissa Baker. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences at the University of Washington in Seattle. My expertise is in occupational health and exposure assessment.
Thank you. And just point of business, on Friday, I believe Dr. Baker may be serving in my role as the starting this off because I have to teach. Dr. Chason.
Good morning. My name is Chris Chason. I'm recently retired from the directorship of the Lifeline Group. I was trained in cellular biochemistry and toxicology, but most of my work has been in the design of probabilistic aggregate and cumulative models for exposure and risk assessment. Thank you. It's good to be here.
Thank you. Dr. Fox.
Good morning, Mary Fox here. I'm an associate practice professor in the Departments of Health Policy and Management and Environmental Health and Engineering at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. And I am expert in human health risk assessment and cumulative risk assessment.
Thank you. And also, Dr. Fox will be serving in my stead on Wednesday morning because that's another day that I have day and time I have to teach. Thank you. Dr. Graham.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Cynthia Graham. I am a toxicologist that have worked in industry, for industry, and consulting with industry for over 25 years. My expertise is actually in thermal and respiratory sensitization. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Dr. Lee. Oh, Dr. Lee. Dr. Merced Nieves. Oh, there's Lee.
Okay, good morning, everybody. This is Lee. I'm a social professor of environmental health here at University of Nevada, Reno. I'm an environmental chemist and exposure scientist by training. I develop computational models to simulate how chemicals change, move, and build up in the environment, in the living organisms and the human body. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Merced Nieves. Dr. Ottinger.
Good morning. I'm Marianne Ottinger. I'm a professor emeritus at the University of Houston in the Department of Biology and Biochemistry. My training is in endocrinology, specifically reproductive endocrinology and neuroendocrinology. And I've spent more than 25 years investigating endocrine disruptors, the effects on wildlife and ecotoxicology, with an interest on the effects on aging and comparative biology of aging. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Prisbilla.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Prisbilla, an environmental health scientist from the Agency for Toxic Substance and Disease Registry. My expertise is in human health risk assessment and environmental epidemiology. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Semmel.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Jennifer Sommel. I am a principal scientist with Insight, Exposure, and Risk Sciences. My areas of expertise include exposure science, and particularly in the area of dermal exposure assessment, as well as risk assessment and industrial hygiene.
Mr. Wright.
Had my audio off. Let me try again. Good morning. My name is Mike Wright. I'm the retired Director of Health, Safety, and Environment for the United Steelworkers, which, despite its name, represents the majority of organized chemical workers in the U.S. and also Canada. I joined the union in 1977, fresh out of public health school, worked there for 45 years, first as an industrial hygienist, second as the department head. I've also worked in a number of foreign countries and with a couple of UN agencies on secondment, many times on essentially chemical issues. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I skipped Ms. Jenkins. Allison, did I skip you?
Yes, you did. That's okay. I'm Allison Jenkins. I'm a human health toxicologist and risk assessor at the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. I'm a regulatory toxicologist with my expertise in human health risk assessment and evaluation of monitoring data collected within the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Cobb, you missed me too, but I think that's because I said I teach today.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Dr. Ike, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Ike. I'm an assistant professor at Emory University in the Department of Environmental Health, and most of my work is on health effects of exposure mixtures, and I'm an environmental epidemiologist.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm sorry to miss you.
One more.
Well, wait, I've got you on the list.
Oh, got it. Okay.
All right. So now we'll go to our ad hoc members and Dr. Fairbrother.
Good morning. I'm Ann Fairbrother. I'm retired as a principal scientist from the environmental science practice at Exponent, which is a science and engineering consulting firm. My area of expertise is as an ecotoxicologist and ecological risk assessor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ann. Dr. Johnson.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mark Johnson, recently retired as Director of Toxicology for the Defense Centers in Public Health in Aberdeen, part of the Defense Health Agency. And I'm currently adjunct faculty at the Department of Epidemiology, Biostatistics, and Environmental Health at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia. And my expertise is environmental occupational tox and population ecology.
And recently rolled out as chair, president of CTAC North America. So congratulations on having that behind you.
Yeah, 2 more weeks. Thanks.
Oh, 2 more weeks. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome, Mark. Dr. Osmus?
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Tom Osmus. I'm a board certified toxicologist. Half of my career was in the consumer products industry, and the other half is being principal toxicologist at Science Strategies, where most recently I've been focusing on target tissue dosimetry and ways of looking at exposure at a tissue level.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Rowlands.
Good morning. My name is Craig Rowlands. I'm a principal toxicologist at UL Solutions. I'm in the sustainable chemistry group in the retail consumer products division. My background and training is in molecular cellular toxicology. I focused on risk assessments, mode of action for largely for carcinogens, endocrine disruptions. But now I spend the bulk of my career really developing risk assessments for starting with environmental chemicals. And lately I've been working on chemicals that might leach from consumer products such as medical devices and personal care products and other types of consumer products. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wyckoff.
Hi, good morning. Yes, my name is Danielle Wyckoff. I'm the Chief Scientific Officer at Tox Strategies, which is a scientific consulting firm. I also direct our health sciences practice, where I, on my day-to-day, practice evidence-based methods and systematic review to support risk assessment, and also specialize in uncertainty assessment. Looking forward to the review this week. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Zhang.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kai Zhang. I am a research chemist. It's Food and Drug Administration Human Foods Program. My research focuses on chemical contaminants and natural toxins in food and feed products. It's a great pleasure to be here. Look forward to work with everyone on D4. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me circle back to Dr. Merced Nieves. I think she said she had to teach this morning. Okay. So with that, we can proceed. We have quorum, and it looks like almost everyone is here. So our next item of business is an introduction from Joel Wolf, the Acting Deputy Director of OPPT at the US EPA. So, ready for that.
Thanks a lot, George. And hopefully you can see me, although
yes, we can see you.
All right, I see you. I don't see myself. Well, I'm happy I could join you today and try to set the stage for the meeting. I'm the Acting Deputy Director for the Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics, and I've been at EPA over 20 years and in OPPT working on TSCA since before TSCA was amended in 2016. Prior to my current position, I was the Acting Division Director in the Risk Management Division, which is responsible for writing the risk determination for risk evaluations and then the regulations that implement the findings in the risk evaluation. This experience has helped me to understand and appreciate the importance of having transparent, predictive, and high-quality risk evaluations. EPA's risk evaluations are the backbone of regulations that impact the public, workers, and hundreds of industries and sectors that rely on these chemistries. This meeting marks a significant step in our ongoing efforts to understand and manage the unreasonable risks associated with chemicals regulated under TSCA. The D4 risk evaluation is a manufacturer-requested risk evaluation, which means chemical manufacturers requested that EPA conduct the risk evaluation. When companies raise their hands and ask us to conduct a risk evaluation, they're required to give us all the information we need in order to conduct our evaluation. This includes information on hazard, exposure, and potentially exposed or susceptible subpopulations like workers. This information also has to meet TSCA standards for the best available science. So regardless of where the information came from, whether it was an industry-conducted study or publicly available literature, we must ensure we're using robust, high-quality scientific studies to support our risk evaluations. Again, regardless of the source, we review all the data we use in our risk evaluations to make sure it's complete, transparent, unbiased, and reproducible. Our risk evaluations are guided by the law and science, so this is a critical step in our process. It's important to note that when EPA is conducting a risk evaluation under TSCA, EPA determines, usually at the scoping stage for a chemical, uses that are non-TSCA uses and thus outside the scope of evaluation during the risk evaluation. These are uses such as pesticides, food and food additives, cosmetics, and devices. Now turning specifically to D4. D4 is primarily used as a precursor to other silicone chemicals. These chemicals have a wide array of commercial and consumer applications, including adhesives and sealants, automotive care products, paints and coatings, and various plastic and rubber products. Given its extensive use across multiple industries, understanding the health impacts and the environmental implications of D4 is crucial. In September 2025, the EPA released the draft risk evaluation for D4 under TSCA for public comment and independent peer review. Today, we're here with the committee to discuss the peer review of this draft. The risk evaluation process under TSCA is rigorous and comprehensive, designed to provide a detailed assessment of the potential hazards and exposures associated with a chemical. As I mentioned earlier, this involves a thorough review of scientific data, including studies on toxicity, environmental persistence, and bioaccumulation. For D4, this means examining how the chemical behaves in the environment, how it may affect human health, and what levels of exposure may be harmful. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the immense effort that goes into conducting these risk evaluations. The scope and volume of documents involved in the D4 evaluation represent a significant undertaking. It requires the collaboration and dedication of numerous individuals, including EPA staff across multiple branches, divisions, and program offices, stakeholders, and committee members. Peer review meetings like this one are a critical component of the risk evaluation process. They ensure that the evaluation is based on sound science and that all relevant data are considered. The SAC plays a vital role in this process by providing independent expert review of the draft risk evaluation. Your insights and recommendations help enhance the quality and credibility of the final risk evaluation. I'd like to extend a big thanks to the SAC for your time and thoughtful consideration of the materials and charged questions presented to you. Your expertise and input are invaluable to the integrity of the risk evaluation process. I also want to express my gratitude to our various stakeholders for their engagement throughout the TSCA process. Your participation and feedback are crucial to ensuring that our evaluations are comprehensive and balanced. Later this month, we intend to release multiple final phthalate risk evaluations and the final 1,3-butadiene risk evaluation. It has been a busy year for the TSCA program, with 3 peer reviews covering 7 risk evaluations, and we are grateful for the time, attention, and effort of all the SAC members who have reviewed and commented on our draft documents. We take all the comments from the SAC and the public very seriously. The team works extremely diligently to make important changes and improvements based on these comments. For the SAC, we encourage you to provide us with clear and actionable consensus recommendations that are aligned with our statutory obligations. These are the most helpful for us. For the public, we also thank you for the continued engagement, and we encourage your constructive recommendations and, of course, any use-specific information that only users for these products are aware of. Finally, I want to recognize the hard work of our EPA staff who have been instrumental in conducting the risk evaluation. Their dedication and expertise are essential to advancing our understanding of D4 and ensuring a smooth SAC meeting. I know there's a lot to cover today and in the coming days, so I'll let you all move forward with the rest of the discussion, and thank you.
Excellent, and thank you for those words. And I'd like to echo. This is George Kopp speaking. I'd like to echo the thanks to the EPA staff and acknowledge the diligent work that the career staff are doing to perform under the TSCA regulations. I would also like to say that the timelines that EPA is under puts them under severe stress, and I understand that and appreciate that. The timeline for this meeting have also put this committee under some significant stressors and may impact our abilities to adequately review the charge questions and the documents that we're charged to review. Just simply have not had tremendous amount of time to do that. And so like to acknowledge that, and then we can proceed further in our proceedings. And I think now we go to our EPA technical presentations, and we have Keisha Forrest to start the presentation.
Good morning. I'm Keisha Forrest, and I am a branch supervisor in the Existing Chemicals and Risk Assessment Division in EPA's Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention. We're responsible for conducting risk evaluations for existing chemicals under TSCA. I'm supervising the multidisciplinary team that you're going to hear from today. They have prepared a series of technical presentations to provide you with a summary of key aspects of the draft D4 risk evaluation that are the focus of our charge to the panel. My colleagues and I want to thank you for joining us today and for your willingness to serve on the panel and provide your scientific expertise. Your feedback that you provide as part of the SAC is instrumental in how we move forward in advancing risk evaluation methods under TSCA. We look forward to receiving your feedback. Next slide. I just want to first acknowledge the multidisciplinary team that is responsible for developing the draft risk evaluation. I would like to thank all the authors and contributors and technical support for all their hard work. It's a lot of people and a lot of effort that goes into this. Next slide. This slide just provides an outline of the presentation. This outline also shows the which charge questions are focused on which sections of the presentations that we'll be going through today. We'll show this again in later slides. Next slide. So before we get started on the D4 technical presentation, I'm going to provide a high-level overview of TSCA and give the general work that we do in the Existing Chemical Risk Assessment Division. Next slide. On this slide, I'll walk through the key aspects of how TSCA requires the agency to conduct risk evaluations. These risk evaluations are central to determining whether a chemical poses an unreasonable risk, and if so, how we address it. The risk evaluations consider both exposure and hazard. By considering both exposure and hazard, the agency determines whether the substance presents an unreasonable risk under the conditions of use, or COUs. The COUs are the circumstances under which a chemical substance is intended, known, or reasonably foreseen to be manufactured, processed, distributed in commerce, used, or disposed of. If an unreasonable risk to human health or the environment is identified, the risk evaluation serves as the primary science support document, which provides the scientific justification for regulatory action. TSCA provides science standards by which the US EPA must evaluate existing chemicals. These include using the best available science and using reasonably available information to make decisions based on the weight of scientific evidence. Next slide. In our risk evaluation, we document how we are consistent with the best available science and how decisions are based on the weight of scientific evidence. Also, under TSCA, we need to use data that are consistent with our intended use. In this case, the regulation of chemicals under TSCA. Therefore, the data needs to be useful and relevant for that purpose. Risk evaluations are regulatory support documents with very defined purposes and timelines. We must use the information we have available at the time we are completing the risk evaluation. Any information received past the defined point in time can help us with future evaluations or method development. Next slide. To meet the law's requirements to base decisions in TSCA risk evaluations on the weight of scientific evidence, EPA relies on established agency guidance documents which provide consistency and formality to the process that looks to integrate multiple and oftentimes heterogeneous lines of evidence. The weight of scientific evidence assessment is based on strengths, limitations, and interpretation of available data, information across multiple lines of evidence, and how these different lines of evidence may or may not fit together when drawing conclusions. The weight of scientific evidence assessment examines these multiple lines of evidence, including those from scientifically relevant published or publicly available studies in peer-reviewed scientific journals, studies conducted in accordance with OECD and EPA guidelines, gray literature, and or any other studies, scientific information, or lines of evidence that are sufficient quality, relevance, and reliability. These are evaluated across studies and endpoints into an overall assessment. The weight of scientific evidence is a fundamental aspect of our risk evaluation. EPA has provided a summary of the weight of scientific evidence narrative and characterization to accompany a detailed analysis to transparently describe the conclusions. We also explain the selection of the studies or effects used as the main lines of evidence and the relevant basis for conclusion. Next slide. As part of the risk evaluation process, there are many things to consider. Assessors consider the conditions of use in the context of the relevant exposure source. Starting on the left with different sources of a chemical, which can include articles and products in our homes, to industrial releases from manufacturers, either to air, land, or water. Based on the release information, the assessor considers the environmental pathways of air, land, and water that may receive these releases. From there, assessors will estimate the concentration of the chemical in the various media, such as air, sediment, soil, and water, and how the organism will be exposed and the route by which they are exposed. Next slide. As previously mentioned, the risk evaluation is the science support document that provides scientific justification for regulatory action. The risk evaluation must be completed in 3 to 3.5 years using reasonably available information. And the risk evaluation process is incremental and an iterative process with the development of new assessment methods and approaches over time. Once completed, there are 2 possible outcomes: determination of unreasonable risk or no unreasonable risk. If unreasonable risk is determined, the next step for the agency is to start the risk management process to reduce or eliminate these risks. Next slide. TSCA allows chemical manufacturers to request an EPA-conducted risk evaluation. The draft D4 risk evaluation was a manufacturer-requested MRE, manufacturer-requested risk evaluation, or MRE. One or more manufacturers may request that EPA conduct a risk evaluation for conditions of use of interest to them. For those circumstances, submitted in the request, the manufacturer must provide or reference all of the information EPA needs to conduct the risk evaluation. Within 60 business days of the receipt of a complete request, EPA is required to submit the request for publication to the Federal Register notice. To the Federal Register. Open a docket for the request and provide a public comment period of no less than 45 calendar days. After the comment period closes, the agency has 60 calendar days to either grant or deny the request. If EPA grants the manufacturer requested risk evaluation, then the risk evaluation will be conducted in the same manner and using the same criteria as EPA uses in all TSCA risk evaluations. For more information on MREs, a link has been provided in the slide. Next slide, please. To ensure the use of high quality science, our risk evaluations undergo several rounds of internal and external reviews. Here are some examples of both the internal peer-to-peer technical reviews and collaborations with other EPA offices, as well as examples of external review processes, such as a public comment period, formal external peer review, such as the SAC, as we're doing today, and reviews by other agencies. Next slide. Feedback from the SAC panels and stakeholders help to inform our risk evaluation in many ways, such as how and when EPA will use different approaches to estimate potential exposure and additional sources of data. Feedback will also aid us in defining conditions when a specific model or evaluation strategy is best applied, and aid in further method development and can be utilized in ongoing and future risk evaluations. Now I'm going to turn it over to the next presenters to provide the background on information for D4.
Thank you for that presentation. Actually, before you do that, this is George Cobb. I have something I think we need to say. The committee has very specifically advised EPA not to accept these types of manufacturer petitions unless there is available environmental release data and production data. And this is another example where EPA has failed to obtain those data before granting the petitioner's request for the review to be done. So that's not a good starting point, but it's something that needs to be said. And I probably should have said that when Director Wolf was here. So I'm not picking on you. I just needed to have that on the record. And so now we can proceed, and you may introduce your colleague.
Thank you for that comment. And next up is Chris Green, Dr. Chris Green. Thank you.
Hello and good morning. This is Chris Green from EPA. I'm going to be presenting just a few background slides to get oriented in terms of, D4 and a little bit of history and some high points of note before we get into the technical presentation across the rest of the document. So next slide, please. Thank you. D4 is a volatile methylsiloxane. It's widely used in production of silicone polymers and copolymers, including processing, formulation of adhesives, sealants, coatings, and rubber products, among many others. It may be present in products used in commercial settings, including sealants and cleaning products, laundry products, inks and toners, animal grooming products. It can also be present in some consumer products, including sealants, cleaning and laundry products, plastic and rubber products. There are several uses of D4 that are not subject to TSCA, Toxic Substance Control Act, and are therefore beyond the scope of this risk evaluation, including uses in cosmetics, medical devices, and food contact materials. The charge questions posed to the SAC today will focus on topics that have not previously been reviewed by the SAC. Next slide, please. We're going to transition now to provide a little bit of the background on D4 in terms of EPA's involvement with D4 and the assessment of this chemical. The Office of Pollution Prevention and Toxics work on D4 started in 2014 when EPA issued an enforceable consent agreement, which we'll be referring to as the ECA, requiring environmental monitoring testing for D4. Later that year, D4 was included in the updated TSCA work plan. In 2017, the ECA testing requirements were completed. The ECA data included environmental, biological monitoring, influent, effluent, water, sediment, and tissue samples from sites associated with D4 processing and manufacturing, in addition to sampling from sites with no D4 processing or manufacturing. I'll get into that in a little bit more detail in the next slide. In March of 2020, the EPA received a manufacturer requested risk evaluation submission, which EPA granted in October of 2020. In 2021, EPA published a draft scope for the risk evaluation, and the final scope was published in March of 2022. Earlier this year, in September, the team was able to release the draft risk evaluation. And now today, present in December 2025, here we are seeking peer review input on that draft. The draft risk evaluation for D4 currently represents the most extensive and comprehensive evaluation on this chemical among consumers, workers, general population, and the environment in the world. And with this SAC committee, with input from a number of different sources, it's going to be improved, and it's going to be, published as final as a work we can all, be proud of. The enforceable consent agreement that was completed in 2017 from the Silicones Environmental Health and Safety Center, referred from this point on as SEHSC, is an important source of information for this manufacturer requested risk evaluation within the EPA's systematic review process. Next slide, please. Specifically, the work from the ECA included information on monitoring data, influent and effluent sampling, surface water, sediment sampling, biosolid sampling, biomonitoring sampling for aquatic organisms that included fishes and macroinvertebrates. Sampling for this document was conducted at 3 different types of locations to characterize D4 within our environment. These included the following: manufacture and processing plants that discharge treated wastewater directly into the environment after on-site or off-site treatment. These would be representative of our manufacturing and processing COUs. 5 wastewater treatment plants receiving wastewater for treatment from 1 or more industrial sites known to be a D4 processor or formulator. These would be representative of processing and formulation COUs. Finally, 5 wastewater treatment plants that receive less than 15% of wastewater for treatment from industrial facilities, and preferably none from D4 manufacturing, processing, or formulating sites. Next slide, please. In addition to the information provided within the previously described enforceable consent agreement for environmental monitoring, EPA utilized available data sources to characterize environmental releases. The toxic release inventory has no release data for D4. Chemical data reporting, referred to as CDR, has entries for companies' names, numbers of sites, and numbers of workers at each site. Information on whether D4 is used in commercial, industrial, or consumer sectors, with the CDR reporting a public national aggregate production volume of 250 to 500 million pounds for its most recently released reporting period. A conceptual site model and the manufacturer requested risk evaluation submitted from the SEHSC were used to inform manufacturing and processing. Occupational exposure scenarios, which include information on loss fractions, process descriptions, and release estimates, were also utilized. Finally, other sources of information include EPA OPPT models and percent distribution of production volume to estimate relative percentages of use for D4. Next slide. The draft risk evaluation for D4 is made of several documents. This diagram is intended to help you orient and understand how those documents are related. We have drafted a set of detailed technical support documents that provide a lot of details of our process and underlying input data and assumptions for each part of the analysis. We have these technical documents for physical chemistry, fate and transport, environmental hazard, exposure for human health hazard, and human occupational, consumer, and general population exposures. We then compile and integrate the conclusions from each of those components in the main draft risk evaluation document itself, labeled number 1 on the docket, indicated in the leftmost position of the current diagram on the screen. This main document provides summaries of each of the underlying analyses and presents the risk estimates for each of the exposure scenarios under consideration. Next slide, please. The rest of this presentation will focus on topics that are subject to charge questions to the SAC and will follow the structure outlined in the current table on the screen. This presentation is not a comprehensive overview of the draft risk evaluation. We are instead focused on trying to make sure the SAC has the appropriate context and background information to provide meaningful feedback to the specific charge questions EPA is seeking your input on. That said, we recognize that the SAC may have comments on other elements of the risk evaluation not covered here or in the charge questions, and we will of course consider comments on any aspect of the risk evaluation that you want to weigh in on. Next slide, please. I'd like to thank you for your attention, and this ends the background section. We would be entering part 2 after this.
Thank you. And just point of order, I think we're going to take questions after each presenter just so that we don't forget things and get to a point where we might not have speakers to answer questions. So I'd like to turn it over to the committee and see if there are any questions from anyone before we move forward. I don't see any, but I have a couple, and I'd like to maybe see what answers we get here. So you quickly, you mentioned food contact materials were excluded. This is the first time we've heard food contact materials being excluded. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Doug.
It's all good. I know you got lots of things. It's all good. I know you got lots of things going on there.
Yeah, I unmuted my personal computer instead of the room. So sorry about that, Dr. Cobb and others. So the food contact materials, to my understanding, is under the jurisdiction of the Food and Drug Administration. And I could probably provide other information on that for clarity from some of the colleagues. But that's my initial reply.
So I think I can understand that for food, but not for food contact materials. But that's a discussion that's probably not going to get us very far today. But that's the first time we've heard food contact materials excluded. It seems to be something new. And I see 2 people's hands raised, Dr. Ottinger and Dr. Chasen.
Thank you for your presentation. That was very helpful. I wanted to clarify, cosmetics are off the table, so to speak, but I'm assuming that cosmetics and other materials associated with food that end up in landfills are within the purview of what we consider. I can't hear you.
Good morning. I will have to refrain from answering that as myself, and we'll need to consult and get a written answer later in the day on that, just to make sure that I'm speaking correctly on that, if that's okay.
Yeah, fine with me. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. And this is George Cobb. I'll just say, any route that we think needs to be assessed in scientifically for this process, we can speak to, and the agency can choose to accept or not that particular response. Dr. Chase.
Yes, we've touched on this issue that you've raised, sir, on multiple occasions, even yesterday, and I'd like to repeat it for you. The TSCA very specifically talks about COUs, but it talks about the different stages of the chemical as it goes from the manufacture of the chemical all the way through its lifespan into disposal or reuse in some other way, and then eventually disposal. The other federal regulatory agencies, such as FDA or for food uses or medical devices, whatever, does not include a provision that is equivalent to TSCA. It talks about its efficacy for the intended use, don't harm the patient, and the various kinds of protections, if you will, in the uses that it's overseeing. The kinds of intent, which is clearly spelled out under TSCA, does not enter into the responsibility for those regulations. Now, the use, if you will, here always ends up, as Dr. Ottinger has just expressed, in a landfill, but there are other issues, including the workers and the productions that go into making those kinds. There's another issue too, which is although many of the exact same products that are used for food containment are also used for containment of very many things that have nothing to do with food and would definitely not fall under FDA, such as massive amounts of wrapping for packaging and for big bulk packaging in distribution centers, et cetera, et cetera. We've brought these issues up on multiple occasions, and I don't see any evidence that any of these points are being taken seriously by EPA. They don't appear. I don't mean that to be a general comment, because we do in fact see the scientists trying to apply some of the suggestions from previous reviews, but these use issues are definitely still, we think, let's just say, inadequate. So you may not be an attorney, and I'm not expecting you to be able to at this moment give an entire thesis on this, but it does seem that we're missing, particularly for chemicals like D4, a huge chunk of the exposures to workers and people around them and residences, and certainly into our environmental contributions of contaminants. Thanks for listening to this again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chasen. I think, Dr. Green, did you have a response?
Yes, this is Chris Green with EPA. I thank you for your comment, Dr. Chason. There's There's a lot of good input in there. One of the things that I wanted to point to is that across the risk evaluation, you can see this principally within the releases and concentrations of D4 in the environment, section 3, table 3-1. The crosswalk from the quantified occupational exposure scenarios to COUs details out that the waste handling, disposal, and treatment COU is actually covered in part of individual OESs and not a standalone OES. What I'm trying to highlight here for everyone is that disposal of the COUs you see listed across commercial, industrial uses, processing, manufacturing, and the like are indeed included with respect to the waste handling and disposal in terms of that, that part of its life cycle. So there is an inclusion of that. And I'd encourage you to take a look into that section 3 for details on that, or we can talk about that in more detail later, but just to help. So thank you.
Thank you. To clarify, if food contact, things that contact food are excluded, then you can't assess that in the downstream, or are you saying you're getting aggregate information somewhere for what's being discarded?
Oh, apologies. What I was pointing to was just that the COUs that you see listed across the risk evaluation in table 3-1, the conditions of use that are under consideration and link up to, those environmental releases, their disposal, the ones that we have listed in table 3-1 are represented, their disposal is represented within each of those OES release estimates. There.
Yeah, understood. And thank you for that clarification. Okay, I had one other thing that we need to point out here, and that is that this review has been limited to things it says that EPA has not asked this committee about, and to kind of echo what Dr. Chason said, but to expand it even further. There are many things that this committee has commented on in the past that have been omitted from this document or this assemblage of documents. And that omission just is further indication it seems that EPA is disregarding the scientific advice from this committee. Okay, so if you have a comment, thank.
Hi, this is Chris Green with EPA. That comment is acknowledged and hear that. Want to make sure that it's abundantly clear that the SAC report can include any elements of the D4 risk evaluation draft that they see fit, and it will be listened to by our team. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, let's move. I'm sorry, I got too many things up on my screen. Let's now move to our next presenter. And is that Dr. Green, was Dr. Wegner going to be part of that presentation, or are we moving to part 2 now? We're moving to part 2 now. So, yes. and our presenter is Edwin Arazu. And I'm sorry, folks, I don't have titles for anybody. So if there's a doctor or something here that I'm not aware of, I apologize. I don't have that information. I'm not complaining. I'm just acknowledging. So thank you.
Hi, good morning and good afternoon, whatever you might be. This is Edwin Arauz. I'm a human health assessor for D4, but I also want to highlight that with me there is a incredible team who will be working alongside and answering questions, clarifications, and some parts and elements of this presentation. My camera is not working at this moment. I don't know. It's disabled by the host. That's what I hear. Can you please allow me to, if possible? There's some issue with the camera, so I'm sorry, guys.
It is okay. You may proceed, and we'll try to get that fixed in the background.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next slide, please. So I will start with an overview of what I will cover in this presentation. We'll start with a discussion of hazard characterization to provide context for charge question 2A and 2B. Then we'll move on to POD derivation, including a discussion of the PBK model, which is the subject of charge question 1, our dose response analysis, and BMR selection, which are subject of question 2C, and some of the specific uncertainty related to using PODs derived using the model, including the application of POD for assessing risk to children and uncertainty related to dermal exposure parameters. Next, please. So EPA has identified available animal evidence on human health hazard through a systematic review process and through studies cited in previous assessments. The primary endpoints assessed in the available literature include reproductive toxicity, developmental toxicity, liver toxicity, as well as pulmonary effects. We identify a relatively robust data set for these endpoints, including many medium or high quality studies across a range of duration, many of which appear to be consistent with guideline studies. Most of the available studies are inhalation exposures studies in rats. There are more limited data sets for other routes and other species. Next. The human health hazards of D4 had previously been assessed by several authoritative sources, including a Canadian screening level assessment, the UK Environmental Agency, and the European Commission. EPA also considered the risk assessment submitted by the SEHSC, earlier described as the Silicon Environmental Health and Society Center, in its request for a risk evaluation under TSCA. The basis for PODs in these assessments is variable, with some focus in liver, while others are based on respiratory effects. So the more recent SCHSC assessment also used reproductive effects in its 2-generation reproductive toxicity study on the basis for PODs. Appendix 1 of the risk evaluation includes a more detailed version of this table and shows how these POD compare to the POD derived in EPA draft risk evaluation. Now take me to the next slide, please. Based on the available data, EPA concluded that evidence is strongest for reproductive effects. In evidence integration, we concluded that several medium high-quality studies show concurrent and dose-responsive effects on a range of reproductive outcomes and female reproductive effects. There is more limited evidence for male reproductive outcomes and developmental outcomes. In the liver, studies consistently reported liver weight changes, but did not report effects on other liver endpoints. In the respiratory system, we do also see some evidence of nasal lesions following chronic inhalation exposure. Next, please. So the key study selected as the basis for quantitative dose response is a 2-generation reproductive toxicity study in rats exposed via inhalation. This study generally seems to be consistent with the OECD guideline 416, and it was selected based on, being a high quality study, included exposure for both males and females, evaluated a comprehensive set of reproductive and developmental endpoints, and identified the most sensitive endpoints following long-term exposure across different life stages. One of a limited set of studies that evaluated effect across a range of exposure levels. So these are one of the key considerations. Some within the study, there were several sensitive endpoints that EPA selected for consideration in dose response analysis, and that include a decreased mean live litter size, a mean number of pups born, fertility index, and females without confirmed pregnancy. So that will take us to the next slide, please. Excuse me. Before we move on to discuss dose response, there is a source of uncertainty in our hazard characterization that we are seeking your input on. Specifically, there is some uncertainty around the extent to which hazard data are informative for aerosol exposure. Inhalation hazard data relatively are largely from study with exposure to D4 vapor and do not provide information on hazard from aerosol exposure. D4 aerosol formation is possible but lack particle characterization across the literature. Spraying paints and coatings containing D4 can form particles according to the NIOSH data. The D4 consortium, the supplemental submission, offers alternative for identifying PODs for aerosol risk assessment. This is found in the exponent paper or a report that will take us. So there is a substantial uncertainty around the extent to which aerosol exposure may occur. And there is also uncertainty around the hazard related to this exposure. That will take us to the next slide, please. The SEHSC submission included an assessment of risk from aerosol exposure. The consortium also invited an aerosol expert to present to EPA on the challenges related to a D4 aerosol formation. Due to those challenges, there are a lot of uncertainty associated with the consortium analysis of risk from aerosols. The aerosols hazard value used in that analysis were based on modeling, PCAM properties rather than experimental data, and the derivation of the hazard value was not consistent with EPA guidance on the derivation of reference concentrations. Given the lack of quantitative exposure data and uncertainty around the hazard data, EPA did not include a quantitative assessment of risk from aerosol exposure. So therefore, in charge question 2B, EPA is asking for SAC input on the strength and uncertainty of EPA hazard identification for inhalation exposure to D4 and the relevance to available hazard information for human aerosol exposure. That will take us to the next slide, please. So now we will shift to discuss the dose response analysis and the POD derivation. EPA was able to use a previously published PBK model to support the dose response analysis and POD derivation. The model facilitated extrapolation between rats and humans and facilitated use of data from inhalation study to derive PODs for all routes of exposure and across durations. So because of the PBK model is such an important part of the process, we'll start our discussion of POD derivation by introducing that PBK model and how we used it. So this flowchart summarizes the steps in the dose response analysis where the PBK model was used. First, the PBK model is used to convert the animal dose response information from an inhalation study into internal doses. Second, the BMD modeling was performed on those internal doses metrics. And then third, the PBK model was used again to convert the internal dose PODs to route-specific human equivalent doses and human equivalent concentrations for each route and durations. Next slide, please. Excuse me. The PBK model was used, the PBK model that we use has been published in the peer review literature. The original model was published in 2001 by Anderson, and was subsequently updated through a series of additional publications. The most recent update was published by Campbell in 2023. The PBK model was particularly valuable for this assessment because it facilitates extrapolation between animals and humans and across routes of exposures and across durations. PBK modeling is particularly informative in the case of D4 due to its unique toxicokinetic properties. The consortium had applied a previous iteration of the model in the risk assessment submitted to the EPA as part of the MRE request. Updates to the model were published in 2023, so EPA applied the most recent version of the model published since the initial MRRE submission. That takes us to the next slide, please. Before integrating the PBK model into the assessment, EPA solicited an independent review of the latest version of the model. The review also included a series of analyses to test how well the model performs relative to human and rat experimental toxicokinetic data following exposure through different routes. Details of the analysis are presented in the supplemental file, draft PBK model, description and review. It's also summarized in section 4.2.3 of the draft human health hazard assessment. So we will talk through each of the results in detail, but these thumbnail images of the result figures can provide a big picture view. The discrete data points, the closed circles in the figures represent experimental data, while the lines represent PBK model prediction for both rats and human across exposure routes. You can find the details of this review in the docket in draft PBK model description review and summarized in the draft human health hazard assessment. In addition to this ICF analysis, EPA expert also receive the model and assess its performance. Based on this review, EPA concluded that the model provides reasonable prediction of the rat and human experimental data. We would appreciate a SAC review on that point. Charge question 1A asks the SAC to review the model and comment on the performance of the model. Next. Once we were satisfied with the performance of the PBK model in aligning with experimental data, we use it for POD derivation. We introduced that process a few slides ago, but now we'll take a closer look at each step. In the first step of POD derivation, EPA used the model to convert administered dose response data from an inhalation study in terms of inhalation dose or air concentration into internal dose response data with area under the curve or parent D4 in blood serving as the internal dose metric. Next slide, please. In step 2, we perform a BMD modeling on the internal dose response data and identified the best model based on adequate fit and the lowest AIC and BMDL for each selected endpoint. EPA identified the most robust and sensitive endpoint with a good model fit to determine the BMDL 5, the exposure of which the exposure of which the model predicts a 5% benchmark response. Next slide, please. EPA then selected the BMDL5 for live liter size in the F2 generation as the basis for deriving human equivalent doses. EPA showed this hazard endpoint based on sensitivity, but robust because it was based on exposure of the F1 rats and included indirect exposure of young rats to D4 through lactation. The BMDL5 of 6.31 based on the model with the lowest AIC and adequate model fit for live litter size. Of the endpoints model using F1 exposure, the model fit based on visual inspection was better for decreased litter size than the fertility endpoint. The figure here shows the model fit for the BMD model selected as the best fit for that endpoint. Next slide, please. In the third step, EPA used the PBK model to convert the BMDL5 for live litter size to external human equivalent concentrations and human equivalent doses for all relevant exposure routes and duration using the toxicokinetics information already incorporated into the model for each route. This was only done for the endpoint selected as the primary POD. For the other endpoints, we stopped at step number 2. Next slide, please. Using the PBK model in the D4 dose response analysis has several benefits. It includes parameters associated with complex toxic kinetics and metabolism, including enzyme induction that differ across routes, allows for the extrapolation from rodents to humans and among exposure routes. It includes a set of parameters to account for dermal absorption and evaporation, important for extrapolation of internal PODs to a dermal applied dose, can account for different exposure duration. And there's also sensitive analysis. The sensitive analysis shows which input matter most. Many were anatomical and physiological values for which confidence is high. Uncertainty includes the fact that relies on experimental data from acute and short-term study, uncertainty around longer-term changes in toxicokinetics when modeling longer exposure duration. Another is based on the adult input parameters may not accurately reflect child parameters, largely relies on central tendency input parameters and is not expected to reflect toxicokinetic variability across people, and also variability in dermal absorption reported in experimental study contributes to uncertainty in dermal absorption parameters in the model. EPA is seeking comment from the SAC on the strength and uncertainty of the PBK model and its application for POD derivation. In the next few slides, we'll talk in more detail about some of the uncertainty EPA is seeking SAC input on, specifically related to the relevance of POD derived with the PBK model for children and related to dermal parameters used in the model. Next slide, please. Using the PBK model in a D4 dose response analysis has several benefits. I'm sorry. One uncertainty we are seeking the SAC comment on is on the applicability of PODs to children. The D4 PBK model is based on adult toxicokinetic parameters, so the resulting HECs and HEDs incorporate toxicokinetic assumptions that are specific to adults and that may not be consistent across life stages. However, the risk evaluation includes exposure scenarios that are relevant to children as well as adults. In the absence of a child-specific model, EPA rely on the PBK derived hazard value derived in the PBK model for assessing risk to both children and adults. We don't have children-specific hazard value, and this is the source of uncertainty, and we are inviting the SAC comment on this topic in charge question 1D. It is worth noting here that in Appendix D of the Human Health Hazard Assessment, we calculated HEDs and HECs using the default approach we would apply in the absence of a PBK model. This default approach is not tailored to children in any way, but it does provide a frame of reference for where we would land in the absence of a PBK model that is parameterized for adults. The results indicate that the PBK-derived PODs are generally similar to or more health protective than PODs derived using a default approach. So we can at least have some confidence that incorporating adult toxicokinetic parameters does not make it substantially less protective than it otherwise would be for children. Next slide, please. Another uncertainty we are seeking SAC input on is on the accuracy of the dermal PODs derived using the model. One benefit of the PBK model is that it is able to incorporate information on dermal absorption and evaporation that influence dermal exposure. These are important factors for D4. D4 is very volatile and expect to evaporate relatively quick. So accounting for this in the model is very important for estimating dermal exposure and absorption. Available in vivo and in vitro evidence on dermal exposure indicates that absorption is relatively limited. While estimates of dermal absorptions are somewhat variable, most studies report absorption around 1% or less of what is applied to the skin. As we have already described, EPA derived all of the HEDs using the PBK model. Because the PBK model incorporates information on evaporation and absorption, the PBK-derived dermal PODs can be expected to account for this somewhat limited absorption and bioavailability through the dermal route. In fact, in comparing the relatively high dermal HED with the lower oral HED values and adjusted HEC's values, we can see that the dermal HEDs produced in the model reflect the more limited absorption and bioavailability. Next slide, please. The PBK model incorporates 6 different dermal absorption parameters based on human and in vitro data. These are input parameters that are built into the published model, not parameters that are selected by EPA. The basis for each of these parameters is described in Table 3.3 of the PBK model description supplemental file. As we discussed earlier, the EPA's review of the model, the predicted plasma concentration following dermal exposure generally provide a reasonable prediction of experimental data in humans. The strength and uncertainty of the parameters used for evaporation and dermal absorption is a topic we're seeking exact comments on in chart question 1C. The PBK model used dermal absorption parameters that are appropriate for unoccluded scenarios. For most of the exposure scenario considered in this assessment, the unoccluded dermal POD derived using the model was applied for risk calculation as it with no further adjustment. Next. So a limited set of dermal exposure scenario considered in the risk evaluation are immersion or occlusion scenario in which evaporation may not occur. These include a screening level swimming scenario and consuming clothing and bedding. To assess risk from this scenario, we needed a POD that does not assume evaporation because the PBK model has evaporation parameters built into the model. Deriving a dermal POD for occlusion scenario required an additional adjustment outside of the PBK model. Accounting for the difference between unoccluded and occluded scenario is important given how rapidly D4 volatilizes. To derive a dermal POD for that limited set of occluded scenarios, EPA used the relationship between absorption for an occluded and an unoccluded scenario from an in vitro dermal absorption study in female SD rats to adjust the dermal HED for the occluded infinite scenarios. In that study, the ratio absorption in occluded and unoccluded scenario is 0.549. EPA used that same ratio to adjust HEDs for occluded conditions. Next. To summarize, EPA performed a dose response analysis by first using the PBK model to convert air concentration in the 2-generation inhalation study to internal doses, then perform a BMD modeling in terms of internal doses. EPA then selected live liter size as the most robust endpoint with an adequate model fit. The BMD modeling for live liter size was based on a BMR of 5%. Then the PBK model was used again to convert the BMDL for live liter size to the HEDs and HECs shown in this table for each duration and exposure route. For all duration and exposure, for all durations and routes, EPA identified a total uncertainty factor of 30 based on a uncertainty factor of 3 for toxicodynamics differences across species and an uncertainty factor of 10 for variation in the human population. That concludes our presentation on the human health hazard part, and I'll be happy to take any clarifying question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And I see Dr. Ottinger is our first committee member with a question.
I really appreciate your presentation, and I know it covered a number of complexities, including the technical complexities. I have some very technical questions, which may or may not be appropriate to ask at this time, but to be considered. And many of them revolve around the reproductive endocrine effects that you spoke about. The reproductive effects that seem to be the keystone, if you will, are implantation. And mechanisms of action have not really been considered, perhaps due to what was available at the time of the report preparation. So my first question is, why were more sensitive measures such as mechanisms of actions not considered? Because it seems to be the 700 parts per million ends up being the exposure level that is most consistent for that effect. So that's question number one. I have others too.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We really appreciate it. As I said before, there's a team of us who have, various participation across the assessment. So I'll bring in, feel free to answer any question, Suzanne, any of the team, please.
This is Susanna Wegner with EPA. Thanks, Edwin. Thanks for the question. I don't know that I can speak directly to, in a simple, concise way, answer that question here. But, to the extent that you have comments on other endpoints that we should have considered, I think that would be really useful feedback for us.
Happy to do so. Okay.
Yeah. And again, also to the extent that the mode of action element of that discussion is part of the rationale for considering other endpoints, that's also really useful information for us to hear from you. And we're eager to hear your feedback.
I'm happy to do so. Another comment down that line. I'm not sure I agree that the effects on males are insignificant. And again, that goes back to some of the potential mechanisms of action. One of the other things that perhaps needs to be considered is that implantation is so far downstream that it becomes fairly insensitive. In other words, it's a worst case scenario kind of identifying measurement, if you will. The other comment I would make is the speaker that contributed comments yesterday that I asked about direct effects on, between mechanisms of actions and implantation frequency. was basing his comments on some publications that have some fatal flaws in them, and I will be glad to identify that. But some of the mechanisms that are noted as evidence for non-effects, if you will, or non-relevance between rat studies and humans are completely erroneous. And so I will definitely include some of that in my comments. The other comment I wanted to make, or a question actually, was the POD based on F2 offspring is the only exposure through lactation, or is that F2 also treated? I would assume it's through lactation, which then brings up the question of exposure in humans as well through lactation.
Yeah, this is Susanna Wagner with EPA again. So I think most of your comments on the MOA piece, going back through, you made a couple of comments.
Yeah.
I'll leave it there just to say thank you for raising that, and we appreciate anything you have to offer there. On the F2 offspring, yes, my understanding is that it's an exposure via lactation during that period. It's a maternal exposure that transfers to the offspring. In that study, it's obviously it's a 2-generational study, so the exposure is occurring over the course of many phases of life. But yes, there is a lactational component, and we do have some discussion of the potential for human exposure through milk. And I think some of that discussion is actually in the exposure assessment document that you might not be paying attention to as more of a hazard person, but to the extent that you want to comment on that, we'd be curious to hear your feedback there too.
Yeah, no, I've been reading some of that too. I appreciate that. And then my final comment has to do with the human effects, and there's a bit of a conundrum here in that the rat studies go everywhere from short-term studies, exposures, and I'm not even getting into nose versus whole body inhalation kinds of studies, versus short-term where they showed recovery. And I would caution that some of the short-term studies that show that there could be recovery in the rat data should not be considered relevant for human effects, because especially in industry exposures, it would be more chronic. That brings up the question of chronic exposures or even shorter term exposures to children. During the time where the endocrine system especially is more labile, if you will, or affectable, the real long-term studies or long-term effects need to be included. So just asking if that is part of what you all had considered. And then that's it for me.
I think that's great feedback. This is Susanna Wagner again with EPA. I think we'll look forward to hearing that comment. To your specific question on whether we consider that, I mean, to the extent that we are deriving acute PODs for, based on a recovery period, our aim would be to only apply those acute PODs for an acute exposure duration. So it would only be used to assess a scenario where somebody isn't exposed on a chronic basis at work, but for somebody who maybe has an occasional exposure. That said, in this case for D4, all of our PODs are based on that same endpoint.
Right.
So it's, in this case, we're not basing it on one of the studies that it's showing a recovery after a short-term exposure, but that is a really, thank you for raising that.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Wyckoff.
Sure, thank you. Okay, well, I also have a few questions, and largely they're just in making sure that I've understood where all the materials are and all the materials as it relates to the various charge questions. Before I ask them, I do want to compliment the agency on the human health assessment writing, as well as the slides that they just prepared in the presentation. It was very nice to have the simplified versions as well as the details and the various appendices, et cetera. And I think it is really well reported and very pragmatically conducted. With respect to, so these are a little bit, most of these questions are in context of making sure I've identified appropriate information for charge question 1D, but it also relates to some of the other charge questions. In the health hazard assessment, there's an indication that the systematic review will be updated before the finalization of the risk evaluation. I just didn't know, is there any particular updates you could provide on that? Will that still happen later? Have you already done that? Just anything we should be aware of on that note?
This is Susanna with EPA. We have not already done it. In part, we are hoping that the peer review process and the public comments will help us identify critical studies that we might be missing, but we also plan to update our searches just to make sure that we're not missing new information that we need to include.
Super. Okay. And then kind of along that note, as part of that systematic review, if I understood correctly, y'all excluded any data that were from IP or IV, essentially non-relevant routes relative to your COUs. And I was just curious if within that data you considered, were there any data relevant to ADME or PBPK, particularly for the sensitive populations that could help us inform, some of the questions you've asked, or you may or may not know that if you excluded it?
This is Susanna with EPA. Edwin might be more familiar with our consideration of that data. I don't know, Edwin, if you want to pop on or if you have a response there. But I can't answer that off the top of my head.
Okay.
But we can get back to you. Or if you are seeing information that we don't seem to have fully accounted for as we should have, we'd appreciate your help identifying where we ought to be pulling in information that hasn't been fully discussed.
Yeah, I agree with my colleague. This is Edwin, EPA. We will get back to you on that.
Super, thanks. And then I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask anyway. So with respect to the evaluation of the model that was done by the contractor, I just want to be clear, they were not asked to assess the model for application to children or other life stages in any way. Is that correct?
This is Susanna again with EPA. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
They were just looking at the performance of the model relative to the human data, which would have been in adults.
Okay, super. Then my last question is a little bit more technical. With respect to the uncertainty factors, the uncertainty factor of 10 for variation within the population, does the agency anticipate that would account for sensitive populations, or could you speak a little bit to what the intentions for the UF of 10 in context of this assessment really you think apply to?
This is Susanna Wegner again with EPA. Generally, we're following the EPA guidance on uncertainty factors, and that is intended to account for the uncertainty that we might not have information about, right? We're acknowledging that there's variability across the population and that we don't necessarily have chemical specific data to account for all of that. In terms of pests, the potentially exposed and susceptible subpopulations, to the degree that we do have any specific information, we try to also speak directly to specific information about who might be more susceptible. So they are related, but not necessarily, like the UF of 10 is not the sole consideration of pests, I would say, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
That's really good discussion. That for everybody, and I appreciate everybody's participation there. Dr. Samuel.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the excellent presentation. It was very helpful in terms of clarifying a lot of points, so really appreciate the agency's efforts. The question I have, I just want to make sure I understand. I didn't see so I'm just going to ask more of a just process question. I didn't see a spreadsheet for the dermal exposure assessment equation sort of outcomes or outputs like there is for the inhalation exposure assessments. And so I just wondered if you could clarify the relationship of the DEVL model that was used for dermal exposure assessment and the PBPK model. Were those inputs just used from the output from the DEVL model used directly in the PBPK model? I just wanted to understand that relationship. Thank you.
This is Susanna Wagner with EPA again. I don't know if I can answer that directly myself, and maybe this is something we need to consult as a team and get back to you, because the interface of the results of the PBPK model and the exposure is a very collaborative process that involves multiple pieces of the team. So I want to make sure I'm getting it right and reflecting. But I will say this chemical is a little bit different from some of the others you've seen in the past, in that the dermal absorption and evaporation are accounted for within the PBPK model, and therefore are not accounted for on the exposure side, right? Because we don't want to be double counting.
Exactly. And that was why I just, one of the reasons I had the question. So thank you.
Yeah.
Would love to just get a little bit of clarification on that. And then thank you very much. I look forward to that. And then just one other question. This is just a super, super minor clarification point. You mentioned in the presentation that there was one specific rat study that found a 20% absorption. And I know the rodent and rat and non-human data are not explicitly used in the PBPK model, but could you just let me know which study that was? Because I think I have everything, but I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything.
This is Susanna with EPA. I don't have that at the top of my fingertips. I can probably look it up pretty quickly. Edwin, I don't know if you have it, but we can try to get back to you later today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you for that question and discussion. Dr. Lee.
Okay, thank you so much for the excellent presentation and the preparation of these documents. I do have two sets of clarifying questions. So the first one is regarding the supplemental information file about the PBPK model performance evaluation report. So I think at the beginning of the report in section 1.2 probably, so you mentioned empirical values of absorption efficiencies through different exposure routes. For example, you mentioned 5% for inhalation in animals and 17% in humans and 70% in rats, like oral, and 1% probably for dermal absorption. But in the later part of the modeling, my understanding is the model represents a route-specific absorption efficiency mechanistically with like a rate constant and partitioning terms. So actually the empirical figures were not used as part of the model in the simulation. So the first question is whether my understanding is correct or not, and whether the US EPA have ever sought to evaluate the performance of the model in terms of simulating this absorption efficiency through different exposure routes. And if so, whether EPA could direct me to the related sections in the report or other documents, because this is really important for route-to-route extrapolation. So that's my first question.
Thank you. This is Susanna with EPA. I am not the PBPK expert on the team, and my PBPK colleagues are typing in the chat to me right now. But I think we can get back to you with probably a more specific response. But can you specify which figures you're referring to?
Oh, I'm talking about the numbers, the absorption efficiencies mentioned in section 1.2, and whether they were really used in the modeling. Or if they were not used in modeling, whether you sought to like evaluate or validate the model based on these absorption efficiencies.
And so thank you, Dr. Lee. And I know you have another question. And Dr. Wegner, I know you're kind of put on the hot seat there. And if you don't have that answer, if we can get that before we start the charge question that this refers to, we'll be in good shape. So I don't want you to think you have to answer that right this instant.
Great, thank you.
Can I go ahead with my second question?
Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. My second question actually is about a technical aspect of the model, because now I already saw some model developers from EPA in this meeting. So in the PPK model, I think you guys made an update in Bell 2023 to update the model. So because you thought the older version of the model underestimated plasma concentration, because you overestimate the clearance through exhalation. So that's why you introduced the bidirectional MLP in the model. But there is another possibility, that is the underestimation of the partition coefficient in this regard. And actually, I did go back to your original publication, Bell 2023, and I did find sentences which reads, "This includes attempts to re-optimize the permeation coefficients and incorporating the deep blood compartment that is included in the D5 model. However, it was not possible to capture the terminal clearance without appropriately altering the model fit to short-term inhalation exposure." Blah blah, and you mentioned that the data were not shown in that paper. So I was wondering whether the EPA could provide more information about the other attempts. For example, to what extent the EPA has altered the partition coefficient or the permeation coefficient, so that in such a range of change, such a range of alteration, and the performance was not improved greatly, so that you have to introduce the idea of the bidirectional MLP. And of course, I know maybe it's not easy to answer this question at this moment, but if you could provide some information later time, and that is also really appreciated.
Okay, thanks for that question, Dr. Lee. And I don't know if EPA has a response for that or simply wants to try to get information to us sometime tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah, this is Susanna Wegner with EPA. I don't have the answer. I know that our PBPK colleagues might. Oh, it looks like Mia. Here, go ahead, please.
Hello, this is Mi Young-Yun from EPA. Thank you, Dr. Lee, for raising those questions about the PBPK model. So regarding your first question about the matching the empirical absorption fraction or bioavailability from different route. So the way we evaluated the model performance for different bioavailability from different route of exposure is by showing the consistency of the model simulation to the observed data, not only for the systemic concentration from the plasma, but also the exhalation and also the eliminated amount from different route, so that we capture we have the whole picture of the mass balance. So that's the main point. And of course, we will make sure that if we have more detailed explanation in our report, then we will definitely bring it up to your attention. And also regarding the second question you raised about the introducing the mobile repeat pool and the route-specific adjustment for bioavailability through that route and the minor adjustment of the partition coefficient. So we will consider your comments and make sure that we have enough description about that part, the minor adjustment of other factors part, but the degree of the discrepancy between the observed data and the model simulation for the elimination phase was rather large, which is important to capture the chronic behavior of the depot accumulation and the clearance from that time period. So I believe that that was explained in the report, but if it's insufficient, then we will make sure to strengthen that part of the discussion. Thank you for your comments.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Yun. That's it's really important and useful. Thank you so much.
Great. Excellent. Thank you for all those questions and comment. So if there are no other questions, I have a couple that I would like to make. And one of these is a point about one of your slides that deal where PES is mentioned several times, and this came up yesterday. In the hazard, it just says PES I forget exactly what it says. If the word hazard gets added to that, PES effects or PES hazards would be or PES hazard considerations, that would be very useful. I do have a question, and if this is just my naivete, then the discussants can tell me, or the EPA can. What is meant on slide 30 by deep in the dermal, and then why is that not connected to something like the blood or some other compartment? Oh, Dr. Apte has an answer for me. Or maybe that's a question.
I have a question.
Okay.
May I respond to Dr. Kopp's question?
Please, anyone.
This is Mi-Young Yoon from EPA. The deep compartment represent a part of the tissue that has depot associated with. So unlike the depot freely circulating in the body and goes into different tissues, this is more associated with lipid and lipoproteins. So it is not directly interacting with the blood compartment. Okay, thank you.
So it's lipid related, but it could be other things.
Yes.
Okay.
But it is not directly interacting with the blood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And again, that's my naivete on that. And then I have I think a question, but it may be just a comment. You've modeled female rat exposures in this PBPK model, but the model specifics, as I read it, said that it was developed specifically for non-pregnant adults, but you're modeling a reproductive effect out of this. And I'm a little confused as to how you can model a reproductive effect when the model is intended to function for non-pregnant adults.
Hi, this is Celia Schecht from EPA. So the endpoint that we were looking at was for the most sensitive population. So that by itself was just a sensitive endpoint. And then we looked at the general population. So how for that, the dose associated, the internal dose associated with that sensitive endpoint, what that would look like for an average human in the PBPK model.
But I thought you were modeling internal doses of the rodents, or am I misunderstanding that?
So, right, the internal doses that started with the animal model corresponded to that most sensitive endpoint. And then when we look at the internal dose that has that hazard, and we look at the corresponding human external dose needed to reach that internal dose metric, whether or not it's in a pregnant human.
Yeah, I think maybe that's just a comment then that maybe the discussants can consider is how you can model a reproductive effect if you're using a model that's specifically for non-pregnant adults. I don't see how you get the right answer there. I also have a comment more than a question, and just because I might not get to it during the regular session, that the use of central tendency that you've asked about, I think that's an important question, and I hope the discussants can delve into that a little bit. And I would say a sensitivity analysis of what kind of outputs you get with various inputs would be important. And kind of as a follow-up to Dr. Samuel's comment about which paper had the 20% uptake of D4 in the dermal exposures. I would be curious to know if the studies that had less than 80% recovery, if there was a possibility or a likelihood that the low recovery was due to transformation products or the transformation of D4 into other siloxanes, and if EPA has a answer or a perspective on that.
This is Susanna with EPA. We don't have a thought on that at the moment, but we'd welcome comments on it.
Okay, and then while we're talking about transformation products, I didn't see any assessment of D4 transformation toxicity of D4 transformation products in this assessment. Is that correct?
Hello. Yes. We saw that comment from a correspondence through SACB prior to this meeting and the charge questions, and so we'd actually prepared a response that we had placed. It's number 33, document number 33, EPA responses to written SAC. And I just wanted to read that if I could, Dr. Cobb, to direct a couple sections to address this issue and the depth. Awesome. Thank you. In the environment, D4 is expected to transform into silanols and dimethylsiladiol, DMSD. Similarly, the primary metabolites of D4 in oral and inhalation toxicokinetic studies in laboratory animals are DMSD and methylsiloxane. The draft human health assessment for D4 includes a review of metabolism within section 3.3 and describes the main metabolites within section 3.3.1. To the extent it was available, EPA considered toxicological evidence for DMSD as part of evidence integration for each endpoint assessed. See specifically Appendix A of the Human Health Hazard Assessment. D4 induces multiple enzymes, and the largest increases are from cytochrome P450, 2B1 and 2B2, based on both enzyme activity as well as protein levels. In oral and inhalation animal studies, 68 to 91% of D4 is eliminated through exhalation via urine and feces within a week. The toxic moiety is not well established, but concentrations in target tissues, for example, female reproductive organs, is primarily parent D4 and not metabolites. I would also, if I may, Dr. Cobb, read off a similar response addressing considerations for metabolite or breakdown product known as DMSD within our eco hazard assessment. May I do that?
Please.
Cool. I'm going to start. The draft risk evaluation, the draft environmental hazard assessment for D4 includes an evaluation of hazards to aquatic and terrestrial organisms to DMSD within sections 3 and 4 respectively. In addition to the technical support document, the draft risk evaluation for D4 summarizes metabolites within section 4.2, summary of environmental hazards, and section 5.2, summary of human health hazard. Experimental aquatic hazard data are available for DMSD studies for 2 fish species and 1 aquatic invertebrate. None of the DMSD studies showed adverse effects at the highest concentration tested, 126,000 micrograms per liter for rainbow trout acute exposures, 12,000 micrograms per liter for fathead minnow chronic exposure, 117,000 micrograms per liter for Daphnia magna acute exposure, and 12,000 micrograms per liter for Daphnia magna chronic exposure. As a result, a hazard threshold for DMSD to aquatic receptors was not established. Experimental terrestrial data were available from 2 studies for DMSD exposure to terrestrial invertebrate species, earthworms, and 10 terrestrial plant species. None of the DMSD studies showed adverse effects at the highest concentration tested for earthworms at 3.8 milligrams per kilogram or plant species at 4.3 milligrams per kilogram. Because there were no reported adverse effects for terrestrial organisms from exposure to DMSD, a hazard threshold could not be established and exposure to DMSD was not further evaluated. So I hope that helps. It might not answer everything, but please certainly comment past that to help us. Thank you.
It does, and I apologize for not, sorry, I kind of interrupted you. It does help. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for missing that full response to our questions. It's kind of been a lot on this side of the equation as well. But there were no terrestrial vertebrate data for the toxicity.
Currently within our hazard assessment, I see 10 terrestrial plant species and terrestrial invertebrate species for the primary breakdown product, DMSD.
Right. But there was very, very limited toxicity for the aquatic vertebrates, correct?
There were no, you're correct. No effects. No adverse effects. Yes. High
thresholds, but no high testing concentrations, but no toxic effects. Okay, that helps.
Yes, correct.
Helps tremendously, and I really appreciate that. Okay, Dr. Apti now has a question.
Hi, this is Udayan Apte. My question is sort of related to PESS, potentially exposed susceptible subpopulations and their consideration within the PBPK framework. As we know, the significant number of Americans are now either overweight or obese. And D4 is one of the chemicals that is sequestered in fat, and is depot there. And I was just wondering if EPA can comment on whether when they run these models, any consideration is given to, or is it possible to model various different fat levels to get different values from that, estimates from that. I can see that in the diagram there are fat depots distributed. And so is there a possibility to get 10% body fat, 20%, 30%, 40%, so on and so forth from these models? Thank you.
This is Celia Schecht from EPA. So it is possible to do that for a PBPK model. There are multiple different ways to do kind of a probabilistic approach where we look at different types of human physiology and different types of fat compartments or the amount of fat is part of that. We did not do that specifically for D4. Probabilistic methods require lots of information about all the parameters, including the biochemical ones, and those are often hard to find. But it is something that is very useful and helpful to do to help model sensitive populations. Thanks.
All right, thank you for the question and the comment. Dr. Yoon, did you have a further response?
Yes, this is Mi-Young Yoon from EPA. This is mainly to respond to Dr. Kopp's comment about the thermal exposure simulation and regarding the evaporation. So the published PBPK model parameterized the thermal exposure not only based on the mass balance data from in vivo studies, but also used in vitro studies to support evidence for the evaporation and help parameterizing that other parameter values. So it is to adding more evidence. It is based on the contribution from evaporation rather than involving other form of the transformation of the depot in the body. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Dr. Ottinger.
Yeah, quick comment and quick question. The transformation products, I've been finding some papers with some physiological effects as well. So I'll compare it to what you all have collected, and thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Quick question is on the slide about the effects levels in males and females. And in males, the litter size was listed as one of the areas that you would use for measuring potential effects in males. I'm assuming that means a 700 part per million guide for, levels that would pose a risk.
If you have a response to that.
Yeah, this is Susanna Wegner with EPA. Sorry, I'm just navigating buttons.
Yeah, sorry, it was early in the slide deck, so that's why I didn't mention.
I wanted to clarify which slide were you referring to?
It was
the hazard data landscape or the.
It was where you listed male and female effects and the criteria that you would use. And under males, it showed the female reproductive effects as being criteria.
Right. So we had a couple of studies where there were male-only exposures prior to mating. And so maybe repeat your question. Maybe I misunderstood.
No, I just wondered if that led to the same level of exposure being hazardous to males. Because most studies say no effects on males. And yeah.
So you're asking in the exposures where the males were exposed prior to mating, were the reproductive effects comparable to the reproductive effects following female exposure?
And if the same criteria would be used as a risk level for male exposure.
So I don't want to overgeneralize, but in most of the studies where the male exposure was isolated or the
Mhm.
female exposure was isolated, the
Right.
female exposure resulted in the effect
Right.
it was more sensitive in the following a female exposure.
Right. So, okay, so I'll use that as one and the same. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. If there are no other comments, I think we can proceed to the next presenter that I think is Joe Rappold.
Thank you very much. Hello, I am Joseph Rappold from the EPA. I am the engineering assessor for the D4 risk evaluation. I will be covering aspects of the environmental release assessment with a focus on production volume and number of release days. Next slide, please. To estimate environmental releases and occupational exposures, EPA first develops occupational exposure scenarios related to the conditions of use of D4. An OES is based on a set of facts, assumptions, and inferences that describe how releases and exposures are expected to take place within an occupational condition of use. Available data is then mapped to each OES by applicability. The typical data hierarchy that EPA uses is available measured data such as TRI, NEI, and DMR. If no release data is available, then we look for applicable modeling approaches such as EPA's generic scenario documents. And we also look to incorporate any chemical specific data available, in this case, such as loss fractions from consortium submissions, as an example. And finally, if no release data or appropriate models are available, EPA will look for release limits such as NESHAPs or effluent limits. Next slide, please. For the D4 risk evaluation, no site-specific measured release data was available. EPA was able to find applicable generic scenario documents to model releases. However, these documents are process-specific and not chemical-specific. They rely on parameters such as production volumes, which is a key parameter needed for modeling. EPA typically relies on CDR for this parameter when it is otherwise unavailable. Next slide, please. So the PV parameter is used as the starting point in a modeled release assessment. It follows the life cycle of the chemical with a percentage of the PV being applied to each OES based on available data about domestic consumption. And this slide is supposed to help illustrate that. Next slide, please. D4 had a 2020 national aggregate production volume of 250 million to 500 million pounds annually. This would assume a midpoint value of 375 million pounds. This was the most recent CDR data available at the time of its usage. The PVs are provided in a range to protect the reporting company's confidential business information. EPA relied on the upper bound of the national aggregate PV of 500 million pounds per year to create a bounding estimate based on the most recent CDR data available while still taking into consideration historical trends. Historical production volumes of D4 have been higher than those reported in 2020. Between 2012 and 2016, CDR ranges have been between 500 million and 1 billion pounds annually. Next slide, please. For some OESs, EPA also used additional PVs within the national aggregate production volume range, i.e. the midpoint value of the publicly available CDR range, the midpoint value being 375 million pounds a year. This was done for refinement by bounding of environmental releases. EPA understands values reported in 2020 to be the most representative of current conditions and has identified the upper bound PV of 500 million pounds per year as an appropriate basis for screening analysis in this assessment. And that brings us to charge question 3. Please comment on EPA's reliance on the high end of the CDR reported range as the basis for screening level assessments and the midpoint of the CDR reported range as the basis for refined assessments. And with that, we'll pause here, and EPA welcomes feedback on this topic. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for going through that with us. Are there questions from the committee related to the production volumes? Dr. Fox.
Okay, so there seems to be a discrepancy that I'm seeing here. If the MRRE is supposed to rely on data from the manufacturers, why are we doing this hierarchy of modeling? Shouldn't we have data from the manufacturers to work with? But maybe I'm not, maybe I'm misunderstanding.
I see you, Chris. I'm not sure if you wanted to take this.
Yeah, I can. I mean, Joe, if you want to defer to me, but I could take your question, Dr. Fox. I think it's really reasonable. One of the things to note is that the manufacturer requested risk evaluation encompasses a consortium of members, and to the best extent possible, the information from that consortia group has been integrated in, whether it's the conceptual site models and other engineering points of information that Joe used for the environmental parts. That said, we need to understand that the conditions of use across, for a national level risk assessment, the conditions of use are spanning a variety of other products and groups that might not be encompassed with the representatives of that consortia, which is predominantly manufacturers and processors. So to the best of our ability, and as Joe explained some of the methodologies in terms of utilization of production volumes, we did incorporate and implement in the previous DIDP and DINP risk evaluations. And the proportionment and those kind of aspects were part of a charge question. So hopefully, Dr. Fox, did that help with your answer, or did I miss that?
No, that was helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, I'm going to get to you in a second, Dr. Chason. This is George Cobb. I think this committee's been pretty clear as these data need to be available. And if they can't be publicly available, they can be available to the committee, the underlying data for this. And I think that's part of the concern that you're hearing from Dr. Fox is we have no way to judge how this data stacks up. So Dr. Chason.
Just a clarification. This is really a basic question, but periodically I get a little confused going through this. Could you explain to me the difference between the facilities reporting for the people, for the facilities who are making the D4 versus using the D4 as an ingredient in the plastics or rubbers, and how that plays into the different reporting options, even though you don't have them? Where is the difference that you're going to find in that?
Are you referring to just how things are reported to CDR?
Well, when considering the databases that would be relevant for, in general, looking at release data or exposure to occupational workers or whatever, in my mind, there are two. By the way, this is really not my wheelhouse, so correct me if I'm wrong, but you have two scenarios. One would be making the D4, secondly, using the D4 as an ingredient in the plastics or rubbers or whatever they're making. And where does and both of those, I assume, have some there's an opportunity for the workers to be exposed and an opportunity for there to be releases. So where's the difference there for where it could be, what database you'd go to account for those?
So if I'm understanding correctly, so there is no release. D4 is not a component of TRI or NEI. So there was no programmatic measured release data available.
Oh, I understand. But in general, pretend it's dragon dust or something. I mean, where is there, do these databases show a difference in those two kinds of facilities?
I'm not sure at this time, ma'am.
Okay, I just wondered if do you think they're inclusive of both of those scenarios?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't understand what you mean, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I'll let that go. That's fine. Thank you. Anyway, sorry, I can't be more articulate about that.
My apologies as well, ma'am.
Hi, this is Karen Eisenreich of the EPA. I think I understand what the question is asking in a general sense. And let me just say what I think is being asked here. You're asking how do we use the data from the databases to align with our different conditions of use?
Basically.
That we have.
Correct.
I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Joe, do you want to jump in now on that with that clarity, or?
I can take a pass at it. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you very much. So as Chris kind of alluded to a moment ago, previously in one of the phthalates, I don't recall exactly which one, we took a similar path to that where we were able to find data regarding percentages of D4 going to different uses. And as best we could, we tried to align that information with the conditions of use, OESs. One example would be we found that, 32% of D4 is expected to be used for elastomers, which, that could cover a broad, range of things, but we did the best we could to sort of try to map which conditions of use or OESs pertain to, elastomers. Does that get at the question? Does that help?
Yeah, well, let's follow that for a moment. One of the things on your slide had caught my attention in something else I read in all this papers, and there was a huge decrease in D4 reported. If I remember correctly, it was a third of what was reported in 2016 or something like that. That's just an immense decrease, and I didn't know if that was, maybe this gets back to what you're defining as the upper limit in terms of for the calculations. And once again, my sympathies to you that you have to go through all this modeling, basically blindfolded. But if there was indeed not so long ago a threefold more on somehow being available out there, was that because it's being replaced by something, or is that a reporting, glitch, or maybe goes into a different database or something. Do you have any insight into that?
Nothing
And
beyond.
am I remembering this correctly? That there was
So-
a huge decrease in the D4 being
Yes, that's
reported?
correct. Yes.
Yeah, so this is Karen Eisenreich again at EPA. Part of what we did is because of the different reporting. I mean, for a production volume, we use CDR as our data set, and we do take into consideration several different reporting years, and that is what has led us to use that upper bound as part of our assessment, given the differences in the reporting years, to make sure that we are looking at not just today, but that conglomerate of reporting information. It's why we have a range. It's why we use different values within that range to best describe the information that we have. And this is reported. We don't have enough, we don't use other data sources for our production volume. CDR is our primary source that we use.
Thank you.
This is George Cobb. Just as a follow-up, I think one of Dr. Chasen's questions, which is one of my questions, is what changed between 2016 and 2020? The upper bound for 2020 is lower than the lower bound for 2016. So what changed?
I don't believe that we have that information, and Joe, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't have the information that necessarily leads to why a production volume goes up or down on any given reporting cycle.
I could only speculate, which I don't think would be appropriate.
I think that's a detail. Certainly it's not, and not, the EPA scientists you have my sympathy that you're working with this kind of data. But it's something to keep in mind when we're discussing the modeling that comes after this, in terms of where on a distribution you're going to be working on and what the background probable fluctuations could be. I mean, there's nothing saying that the 2024 report doesn't go back up to 1 billion or something, So I just think that this is it's not a detail, and I think it's really an important aspect for making decisions about the assumptions that you're making in the use of the information, starting with PV. I mean, it's bad enough you have to start with PV, but the assumptions that follow on later on, in my opinion, you should be given more latitude, given the kind of information like this. So anyway, that's my opinion on it. Thank you for your assistance on that.
Thank you, Dr. Chason, and thank you, EPA, for those responses. And I see Dr. Johnson has his hand up as well.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Cobb. Quick question, I hope. Are those production volumes inclusive of those areas in which EPA does not have jurisdiction, like cosmetics and pharmaceuticals?
I believe there might have been, I think I might have saw one entry in CDR that just mentioned a non-TSCA use without really, because that's one of the reporting codes. But no, that was not something I think was super common in this data. So I would say to not to a large extent. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, you said yes or no.
No, I don't think that this
think it is.
PV
Okay.
includes like
Right.
a very large portion going to non-TSCA uses.
Okay, and another quick follow-up. Any idea what proportion that is? I mean, how much you think of this, let's say 500 million pounds per year is due to those non-TSCA uses?
So I know we found some information that stated approximately 80% of all the D4 is expected to be reacted to create other polymer. downstream polymer products.
Okay.
And then there's maybe, sure, go ahead, Chris.
I just wanted to, I think we're on the right track here. But I wanted to chime in, Joe, and just get a reflection from you on this, is that when we talk about production volume, in terms of manufacturing, a lot of the further upstream raw products are agnostic, if you will, to the further downstream, uses like we would, medical devices and things like that. Does that track, Joe?
I believe so.
So they are include like the whole volume of the chemical across a nationwide risk assessment at that core fundamental level of D4 as a substance is accounted for. But when you further truncate down, I believe it. Does that sound right, Joe?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. The reason why I'm
May I
asking
ask a question of clarification on that? Are you saying that within these numbers of the facilities reporting, you're going to have a mix of, as you say, the agnostic data as well as others that may be predetermined for particular use? Am I understanding that correctly?
I think Chris might be referring to, several downstream uses that would be using these reaction products of D4 that still are expected to contain some level of D4 that's unreacted that carries through.
Okay. Could somebody just tell me then what is in this millions of pounds of stuff? What is in there? Not just the D4 then.
So the 250 to 500 million pounds is the actual amount of D4 that is reported into CDR. And
Okay.
does that answer the question, or?
Yeah, there you go. Thanks.
Sure.
Dr. Johnson, did you still have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just want to explain my logic here. Where I'm going with this is I'm trying to understand if the ultimate risk is based on a maybe 20% risk that is outside of EPA's jurisdiction. Is the answer to that question yes or no?
I don't. Go ahead, Chris.
I don't believe, Dr. Johnson, that we're able to answer that question at this time, and we're going to have to take some considerations on that. If you understand,
Sure.
if that's understandable. Apologies.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We may get to it later. Thanks.
And just for my 2 cents, I think we need to be establishing risk, and then the risk management part can determine whether it's TSCA, non-TSCA, any of that. So that's my perspective, but I only have one vote, so that's what I'll say for that. I think that's all the questions. Did EPA have any follow-ups or clarifications that they want to ask us or provide for us? If not, it is just a few minutes past our lunch time, and perhaps we can take a 1 hour lunch break. I'll turn it over to Dr. Kamal to ensure that we're following all of our FACA rules.
Thank you, Dr. Cobb. So yeah, let's take a lunch break now for an hour. So it is 12:38. Then we meet after 1 hour at 1:38 Eastern Time.
Yes, and we'll take the roll, and then we'll circle back to make sure we have no other clarifications from this morning's discussion. And thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
So when you were on it, oh,
Okay, there we go. Okay.
All right, welcome back. Dr. Kamal, is there anything we need to do before we proceed in the afternoon session?
We can proceed.
Thank you. So now we'll proceed to the afternoon session of our TSCA review of D4. We need to take the roll before we proceed. I am here. Dr. Apti?
Here.
Dr. Baker? I think she may be teaching. Dr. Chason?
Present?
Dr. Ike?
Here.
Got you this time. Dr. Fox?
Here.
Dr. Graham?
Here.
Great. Ms. Jenkins?
Here.
Allison, great. Dr. Lee?
I'm here.
Has Dr. Mercedes joined us? Okay. Dr. Ottinger?
Here.
Dr. Prisbilla?
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Samuel?
Good afternoon. Here.
Mr. Wright?
I'm here.
Mike, your microphone was a little muted, but we can hear you. Dr. Fairbrother?
Don't have it.
I'm here.
Dr. Johnson?
I'm here.
Great. Dr. Osmitz?
Here.
Dr. Rowlands?
Here.
Great. Dr. Wyckoff?
Here.
And Dr. Chung?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. Okay.
One thing I remember, Dr. Cobb,
Yes.
the transcriber just reminded me that it is best to state the name of the presenter, whoever is presenting, their name before they start talking. Although their name appears on the screen, but it's best that they also state their names. Thank you.
You're mentioning the EPA speaker?
And the SAC speakers, everyone.
Okay. We will try to do that more diligently. Thank you for that reminder. And so for the especially for the SAC members, if you'll identify yourselves before you speak, that will be very helpful and very much appreciated for the transcribers and for the public as well. All right. Now we had some good discussion before our lunch break, and I want to circle back very quickly to the committee first to see if there are any clarifying questions about what we heard this morning. If not, to EPA to see if there are any clarifications to the presentations that were made or answers to any of the questions that were posed this morning.
Hello, this is Chris Green with EPA. We don't have any clarifications or answers. We're formulating those throughout the day.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. Just please do try to get, especially the questions about that relate to 1D, that PBPK model. That's early up tomorrow, so I hope we can get those answers before we get started in that too far. All right, so with that, thanks everybody for getting us started. And now I believe we're at part 4, which is the environmental exposure assessment. And Jim Bressett is who I have listed as the speaker today.
Sorry, Dr. Cobb. We actually have a little bit of part 3 left with Joe Rapold. So just right before 4.
We're all good. Then let us proceed. And I apologize to our EPA colleague for missing you.
Thank you very much. This is Joseph Rapold, EPA, again. Is that what's the slide right before this? Oh, sure. Okay, yeah, go ahead back. Sorry, I just making sure I wasn't missing a slide. So again, Joseph Rapold, EPA, and we're going to begin discussing some aspects of the Monte Carlo methods. In the absence of release data, EPA used modeling to estimate releases. Within these models, Monte Carlo methods were incorporated. This is done to increase confidence in the release assessment by incorporating a range of input parameters through a stochastic process, as opposed to only using a deterministic process. A deterministic process has a single output for a given input. The process does not involve randomness. In contrast, stochastic processes are non-deterministic. The output is based on random trials and can proceed via multiple or even infinite directions. Monte Carlo is an iterative process that creates a distribution of results by using stochastic parameters within a deterministic model. The input parameters are varied. They are assigned a lower bound, an upper bound, and a distribution type. Each iteration of the modeling process will randomly draw a value based on the bounds and distribution of that parameter. Our process uses 100,000 iterations. The results are used to create high-end and central tendency estimates. I would also like to note that not all parameters are used stochastically for every OES. For example, major OESs such as manufacturer may assume a deterministic value for operating days, such as 350 days a year, whereas a more minor OES, such as an end use, may treat this same parameter stochastically. We're focusing on the latter right now. Next slide, please. An example of the Monte Carlo process, we will look at the deterministic equation for calculating the annual releases, which is the product of daily releases and operating days. In this example, the number of operating days will be a stochastic variable. It should also be noted that these 3 variables are all dependent on each other. Next slide, please. For this example, the possible number of operating days has an upper bound of 254 days, a lower bound of 137 days, and a mode of 253 days. Note, this distribution came from the plastic converting generic scenario. This creates a probability distribution of how frequently each operating day value will be used during the stochastic process. In this case, a higher value of operating days will more frequently be used in the model. Ultimately, the high end and central tendency of annual and daily releases are based on the resulting set of 100,000 iterations of operating days. This means that the high end and central tendency release estimates are based on a set of operating days as opposed to a single value. In order to present a single value for the high end and central tendency number of release days, we divide the annual release estimate by the daily release estimate. Next slide, please. And this is more illustrative of that calculation we were just discussing. This represents the process for calculating the high end and central tendency of release days, or rather the number of release days associated with the annual release estimates. As we can see, the distribution of annual release estimates is dependent on the daily release and number of operating days. We can also see that the daily release distribution is in itself based on a stochastic process involving several inputs. Next slide, please. This can result in the number of release days associated with the central tendency of annual releases to numerically exceed the number of release days associated with the high-end annual releases. This can cause confusion to the reader, which this brings us to charge question 4. And we would like to welcome comments on the strengths and uncertainties associated with this modeling approach, with a specific emphasis on the role of greater release days for central tendency than for high end. Thank you, everyone, very much.
All right, thank you for that presentation. To the committee, are there any questions regarding this presentation? Dr. Chasen. Chris, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me ask them, in creating your model here, I understand the Monte Carlo, but what was your what was the utility of doing this? What are you trying to show? The probable amount that one facility would contribute to the environment, is that basically what you're going after?
Yes, correct.
So is the assumption going to be that you're only looking at one release, not multiple releases over time? Is that correct?
There's also, a potential number of sites, so there could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's a really important point, and will be in my comments to this, because if you're looking at the probability that there will be significant contribution across multiple sites, okay, then the probability that there would be contribution from the multiple sites increases with the increased number of days per site, okay, which would mean that this is almost counterintuitive, but it would mean that you'd look for the central tendencies for the releases in terms of amounts, but you would maximize the number of days. So really, one thing that you could do here is, even though any one release from one facility might be less than some kind of alarm bell level, you could use the Monte Carlo exactly the way you're doing it, but you can assume multiple sites and the maximum calculated operating days where there's a release, because that would maximize the probability that you'd have 2 or 3 releases on any given day within the 365 days, and then find out, even though each facility may not be contributing the maximum amount, together they would, is really what you want to know, is what is the probability that a multiple release would yield an overall contribution to the environment that's not acceptable. So you've got the methodology and you've got the distributions, just keep going.
Thank you for the feedback, ma'am. Appreciate it.
All right. Are there other questions? If not, I actually have one. I want to understand how you got to your operational day distribution. So you've got annual production value. That's correct? That's one input?
The operating day distribution it's just kind of a given for that particular OES. It's not necessarily dependent. It comes from the generic scenario, which was ultimately, I believe, based on industry data.
So you have operational day, at least boundaries from the various industries for one production type has a certain bound of lower end and upper end of days that they've reported to you. Is that correct?
I believe so, sir. Yes.
Okay. If you can nail that down specifically to let us know if that's true, because from the presentation yesterday, I understood those operational days were computed from the daily release values and the annual release values. And that's my concern, is that if those are the two parameters making up operational days, there's a large chance for error there. But if you can just let us know if they're actually reported operational days.
Sure. I would like to note that it's not done exactly the same for every OES. If that makes sense. It depends. In some cases, you might vary. It really just depends on the type of process and and what information you have. If that makes sense, but just because it's done for one OES does not necessarily mean that that's exactly how it would be done for all the other OESs.
How that's done is critically important. I see Dr. Green is trying to say something.
Hello, I wanted to chime in and just make sure that we're understanding that days of operation of a facility is different from days of release from a facility. So the days of operation that are utilized in the model are actually different than the days of release, which are covariates of the variables that Joe was talking about. If that helps people, just throwing that out there.
That is helpful, but it's still important to know whether the operational days or the days of release were information that you received or they're calculated information from some of the release data that you have. And so if you can help us there, that would be helpful for our response.
I can. And Joseph's on the screen. This is Chris Green with EPA. The days of release are part of the modeled components, where the Monte Carlo modeling actually gives us the days of release for the central tendency and high end. Am I representing that correct, Joseph?
I'm not sure. I feel like I should try to put together a good answer.
We'll track it. We'll track this. Yeah.
And I think that's very helpful. And the real point is, if you're modeling operational days simply on release information, you don't have any good release information. But if you have good operational days, you can probably get to release days, or if you have good release days, you can get to operational days. So that's my main point. And I see Dr. Chasen now has a question.
Yes, thank you. This is Chris Chasen. Yeah, I think you're right, Dr. Cobb. So even if since you have a distribution of operating days, and a release could occur theoretically on any one of those days, at least that's the only assumption you have to work with. So if you even derive basically a percent of the total annual days on which there's a release, right? You could take your operational day distribution and assume that percentage gives you the number of days. Now, you didn't do it that way in the text, but that's another way to do it. And once again, you can take those simple parameters and create another Monte Carlo to show you what the probability would be across a year, 365 days, for there to be multiple releases on at the, and I would then you can do for the normative value of the releases, and if you get a total that's not acceptable, then you can understand what the overall, essentially the harm to the environment is in much more realistic terms. Industry is not scattered around this country randomly, and you're going to have pockets of industry, especially around coastlines and rivers and places where there was transportation opportunities once upon a time. So I think it is much more realistic to assume that there can be multiple contributing sources within an area, and that the real question that I hope you would go after is what are the odds that multiple sites, even given consideration of normative amounts of release, when there is a release, what's the probability that you're going to have enough releases in the area to create an unacceptable consequence? That was a very long sentence. I hope it was somewhat rational. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jason. Okay. Other questions or comments? All right. Well, if not, thank you for the presentation and the dialogue about these data. And now I think we can move to the environmental exposure assessment. Thank you again.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello, my name is Jim Brissett. This section pertains to the Environmental Exposure Assessment, TSD. Next slide, please. The upcoming slides will add context to chart question 5 that details the agency's interpretation of monitoring samples that are outside the calibration curve for sediment concentrations of D4. Observations of low surface water D4 concentration over elevated sediment D4 concentrations is not apparent in other modeled or monitored OES. Next slide, please. In the D4 environmental testing final report, the enforceable consent agreement reported direct discharges, or DD, include 4 facilities with measured concentrations of D4 from manufacturing or processing plants that discharge treated wastewater directly into the environment after on-site treatment of surface water. The 2 facilities that discharge to the lowest flow streams are DD1 and DD4, which have flow rates that align with mean 7Q10 P75 and P90 flow rates respectively. So, of course, what does this mean? The 7Q10 is the 7 consecutive days of lowest flow over a 10-year period and are used for generic scenario OESs that do not have a site-specific water body from which to obtain flow data. The P75 is the 75th percentile of this distribution. The P90 is the 90th percentile of this distribution. A lower percentile means there is lower flow. And the lower the flow rate, the higher the D4 concentration in the water for the same amount of D4 released. That's because with reduced flow, there is less dilution of D4 in the water. Next slide, please. ECA sites DD2 and DD3 discharge to streams with much higher flow rates. For example, DD2 discharges to the Ohio River and is approximately 10-fold greater than the mean 7Q10P90 flow rate. DD3 is also a large water body that has a flow rate 4-fold greater than the 7Q10P90. For sediment samples from DD1 and DD4, the concentrations were flagged as estimated because the concentrations for most of the samples, 7 out of 10 samples for DD1 and all the samples for DD2, also 10 samples, were reported above the highest laboratory standard used to construct the calibration curve. Next slide, please. Investigators reported within the ECA report that options for reanalyzing samples that exceeded the calibration range would have fallen outside of the validated analytical protocols and introduced more uncertainty. Therefore, the estimated D4 sediment concentrations were used for the risk characterization. The ECA report suggests that because the evaluation of chromatographic and mass spectral data did not indicate detector saturation, the detector was able to respond proportionally to the amount of D4, and therefore the D4 concentration is expected to be accurate up to the calibration curve. Above the calibration curve, nonlinearity could result in an underestimation bias. In other words, the actual D4 concentration may be higher than what was reported. Next slide, please. However, observation of surface water D4 concentration that is 1 to 2 orders of magnitude less than the sediment D4 concentration is not apparent in other modeled or monitored OESs. As shown in the following slides, surface water D4 samples have approximately twice the numerical value of D4 in sediment samples for both monitored ECA DD2 and DD3 and modeled OES data, suggesting that D4 concentrations in surface water is proportionally greater than D4 sediment concentration. Next slide, please. The table is showing the ECA surface water and sediment D4 sample concentrations for sites DD1 through DD4. The blue cells show D4 concentrations in water samples below the LOQ, level of quantification. And the tan cells show estimated D4 concentrations in sediment above the calibration curve. DD1 and DD4 surface water samples are primarily below the LOQ, while the sediment samples at the same sites are primarily estimated above the calibration curve. Next slide, please. This table is showing a comparison of the ECA sites with and without estimated data for D4 sediment concentration. The red circles have the estimated sediment D4 concentrations, which are approximately 2 orders of magnitude greater than the overlying water. Sites DD2 and DD3, with the blue circles, show water concentrations 1 to 2-fold greater than the sediment samples. Next slide, please. This table shows the model data for the monitoring OES, which has the highest release to surface water. P70 flow rates with the blue circles and P90 flow rates with the red circles demonstrate the same pattern of higher surface water D4 concentration than the sediment D4 concentration as other modeled OESs, and the monitored ECA sites without estimated sediment D4 concentrations. Next slide, please. However, D4 is not expected to be persistent in water, but will be persistent in sediments. Therefore, although the high estimated sediment D4 concentrations paired with low overlying water D4 concentrations are possible, there remains uncertainty on whether the D4 sediment concentration is representative of current surface water releases or past release events. For charge question 5, Please comment on EPA's interpretation of monitoring samples that are outside the calibration curve and the strengths and uncertainties of quantitative risk estimates that rely on these data. Next slide, please. And thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you, and sorry to be delayed there getting this started back up. Thank you for that presentation. It was very informative. Dr. Ottinger.
Thank you. Excuse me. That was very helpful. Just to clarify, the calibration curve was used in the linear portion of that curve by the detector. And so I have two questions. One is, was that a corrected curve, like a log curve or something like that? And secondly, why not use a nonlinear curve for the calibration curve?
Well, these were laboratory decisions. So I don't have any additional clarifying remarks on why they chose one method over the other.
Okay, thank you.
So real quick, this is George Cobb. To answer Dr. Ottinger's question, unless I'm mistaken or misremembering, the calibration curve was linear. And it's kind of difficult to say the extent to which it's linear. I tried to back calculate all of those data. It seemed to be pretty linear, but they corrected every value for an internal standard. So if there was curve linearity to the response, it would have been corrected or linearized with that correction.
That wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question was, in hormone data and all sorts of other data that we do, we routinely will use a correction factor, a log or a line log correction to straighten the curve as much as possible, or alternatively to use a quadratic equation that is a very close fit. And if there are issues at the bottom or the top of the curve that would result in over or underestimation, those are ways to correct it. So my question was, did they do that? Not whether or not it was accurate within an internal control compared to it.
Yeah, I think the problem was they were outside their calibration curve range. They were outside the calibrated range.
Got that. And my question was, why didn't they extend it?
I think that's what EPA is asking us. Should they have or could they have?
I understand. Okay, thank you.
So, and any other questions from the committee? If not, I actually have a question. It relates to the two orders of magnitude difference in the water and the sediment values. Can you go back to the slide that showed the relative concentrations of chemicals in the water and the sediment? The previous one, that one. Yeah, so the first point is the red circle at the top, those are not 2 orders of magnitude difference. They're between 1 and 2, but they're not 2. So it's incorrect for you to state that they are 2. So that's the first point. The second one's not quite 2, but it's within the reasonable error that it would be 2 orders of magnitude different. So EPA is stretching here to make this assertion, and I think you need to be very careful in making that. The second point is, I'm not sure, and I'd like some feedback from EPA on why 2 orders of magnitude is not considered a reasonable difference for surface water to sediment concentrations, because the KOW for D4 is over 6.
So
the log KOW, excuse me, is over 6.
So the uncertainty arises not because of the specifics. Yes, that was descriptive to say it's about 2 orders of magnitude. Yes, you're correct. I was not being precise there. But The uncertainty lies in that the observations for the DD2, DD3, and the remainder of the model data don't act the same way. The pattern is not the same observable pattern that you see from DD1, DD2. And so as the assessor, it gives me pause. It's an outlier. I'm not saying it's a statistical outlier, but it stands out. And so the first step, anytime something stands out, is like, is the data right? And so the data is correct. So did something else happen? D4 is not an easy thing to sample, and so I have questions, I have uncertainties on whether or not this data that does not follow the pattern observed from the rest of our data should be relied on for estimating risk. And that's what the charge question's about.
Okay. So, and that's fair, and it's good to have this discussion about what you're thinking, so that we can better couch what our responses are. I would offer that if you've got 4 measured data points and 2 are going one way and 2 are going another, you don't really have a good sense of which ones are more likely to be correct than the others.
That's correct if this was the only data we had, but the model data matches the DD2 and DD3 by proportion of what's going on with the water being numerically greater than the sediment. And so that's what the charge question is about, is the uncertainty. And whether or not the peer also feels that same uncertainty, or they say this isn't a problem and you should use it. That's what we're asking.
Okay, great. That's good. Okay, I think that's all my questions. Are there others? Dr. Fairweather, did you have a question? Oh yeah, your hand fades into your background, just so you know, but I can see you on the screen.
Okay, this is Dr. Fairbrother, and I just wanted to follow up what Dr. Cobb was talking about of sources of uncertainty. I agree with what he was saying, but my question is, did you look at other parameters in the water samples, particularly what the DOC might be? Because again, as we have that really high log KOW, that we're looking at the ability of this chemical to bind onto different things, which also gets to your modeling, because you only modeled at 1 DOC, I believe, a DOC of 5. And how does that compare to any of these 4 samples that you're looking at? And what if you ran your model using some of the same parameters that you actually find in these samples?
Jim Brissett, EPA. That is a great point, and it's something I will look into.
Okay, thank you.
And does the model that you were using incorporate DOC into the model parameters?
Jim Brissett.
There we go. Pick my mics. Yes, it does.
Excellent. That's very helpful to know as well. All right. It looks like we've gotten our questions answered. So thank you for that discussion, and really appreciate that. So let's see. Now I think it's time to go into the bioaccumulation, and we have Andrea Amati. I hope I said that right, or maybe we don't.
This is Chris Green from EPA. We actually have we need to talk about water releases in my section on releases of water, addressing charge question 6, if I may.
Please do. I don't have any subsections here, so but this is great information. I was hoping we'd get to this. Thank you.
No problem. Now I want to first begin talking about this with the SAC panel, Dr. Cobb and others. This is Chris Green, EPA. this isn't the first time some of you guys have seen this. We actually, as we were collecting your written responses, as well as your oral responses from the phthalates group recently for the SAC there, charge question 9 got into what we're about to talk about with respect to releases of water. And so for those that were participatory on that, this is, again, this team doing some additional demonstration of where we're at, what we're presenting, and we received the written report from the phthalates panel from you guys at the time that this was going out the door. So incorporation of those and even a modification of a charge question was, we coordinated it with that. And so we understand that you've already spoke to a certain degree on this. Thank you. I'm going to begin now.
Yeah, thanks for addressing that comment in the previous review in such a timely fashion.
Yes, yeah, and we're trying to be responsive to that. Okay. Chris Green, EPA, reading this releases of water section. Appendix J of the draft risk evaluation for D4 presents a sensitivity analysis estimating what ecological risk quotients may result from different proportions of release to water for each OES. However, in some cases, D4 concentrations modeled were well above solubility limits and well above concentrations detected in any monitoring data. For several OESs, risk quotients greater than 1 can result from surface water releases that are even a small fraction, less than 1% of the total release to all the media. While this helps to define the condition under which releases would result in ecological risk, EPA does not have sufficient information to determine whether these conditions actually occur. EPA is soliciting additional information on these releases that would help refine the analysis. So generic scenarios we talked about for Mr. Rapold's section earlier are used to calculate environmental releases across several occupational exposure scenarios. Thank you for advancing the slide. And they're linked to conditions of use. We have 18 conditions of use represented by 13 occupational exposure scenarios, which are listed in the table on the right of the current slide, involved in what we'll call multimedia discharges. But the specific proportion of D4 release to each media, including water, are unknown. When we look at the media of release column on the right-hand side, you will see that these environmental release occupational exposure scenarios, which are in section 3 of the main RE, we have water incineration landfill, or on-site treatment, off-site treatment, POTW, incineration or landfill. Due to the uncertainty in release proportions, EPA cannot fully characterize environmental risk for certain OESs. Now, sensitivity analysis was conducted to evaluate each risk estimate for aquatic organisms under various release scenarios. What I mean by that is, the resulting concentrations of D4 were above solubility and several orders of magnitude above monitored values, but we demonstrated 100%, 75%, 50%, 25% proportion of that total release going to water, in addition to creating the proportion of that release going to water that would thereby create risk quotients of 1. What we'd see, some OESs with multimedia releases could result in risk quotients greater than 1 with only a small portion, say 0.045 or 2.9% of the total releases modeled going to water. The table on the right of the screen is an example of the sensitivity analysis presented in the main draft risk evaluation under Appendix J, presented for COUs, and demonstrate risk estimates resulting from different low flow condition and release distribution to create bounds. The table also demonstrates the resulting risk estimates from those 100%, 75, 50, and 25% appropriated total releases. Next slide, please.
Is this the slide you meant to be talking about right here?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't advance it. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, guys. Yes, this was the slide I wanted to demonstrate. I'll rehash, I apologize. This table on the right actually demonstrates bounds for different release distribution and flows, as well as the proportion of the total release out to water. One of the things, the big take home is that we see a lot of D4 concentrations that are very large in terms of, micrograms per liter presented in that third column, water column D, D4. And finally, those proportion of total release to water, you can see go from 100, 75, 50, and 20%, 25%, as well as the last line in there that represents the proportion of water percentage that could go out to acquire a risk, a risk estimate of 1 for our most sensitive chronic aquatic concentration of concern. Apologies on that mishap for that. Next slide, please. The results presented in Appendix J demonstrate possible releases to water, and the hazard threshold for sensitive aquatic receptors underscores D4 potency. Additional information could be used to refine these scenarios, and EPA has solicited additional information to support refinement of this analysis between draft and final. Some of these could include points of release, frequency of release to water, portion of release to water from total, among other discharges, and the role of POTWs or on-site or off-site treatment. Again, I want to reiterate that there are a number of recommendations from the SAC panel from the phthalates. This was almost a sister question, if you will. And so, poring over that as well in terms of observing how the phthalates group is incorporating and how we're utilizing this to answer questions and produce work. So thank you very much for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you for that presentation. Are there questions from the committee? This is George Kopp. I actually do have one, and it's back one slide back real quick, just so I'm understanding what you're presenting here. Can you tell me what's the difference between the two sections? You got a CT and an HE in two sections, but I can't necessarily tell what the differences are between those top and bottom groups.
Absolutely. So I'll walk through that column specifically for everyone and understanding. This is Chris Green from EPA. So we have combined a CT or central tendency release distribution from our Monte Carlo modeling that was in section 3 with the P75, the 75th percentile of the distribution of NATES codes for that specific OES. There's also, and this is really important for all the water people, section 3.3 has a explicit section on the relative flow for P75, P50, and P90 in terms of the cubic feet per second. And I think that is very germane with respect to when we're pairing flows and demonstrating the bounds for that. So you see the CT P75 7Q10. You also see the pairing of the high end P90 7Q10 for just some bounds.
Right. Now, well, what about the bottom section? That says it's the same thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Apologies. The difference, okay. So the difference here is when we look at, I apologize, I was talking about that first column, but hopefully that was helpful to everybody. We have occupational exposure scenario where it's been identified the formulation of products utilizing neat or high concentrations of D4, where we also have a scenario that splits into the formulation of products that are containing residual or relative very low concentrations of D4, but still possibly D4 and possibly as a residual within the compound PDMS, which is written about in section, I believe, 1.2.
Yeah.
Did that help?
And
I'm sorry.
No, I missed the residual. I was trying to read the data in the slide, and you switched over before I could get to the reading. I really appreciate you walking through that and having the P75, 7Q10, P97, Q10 information explained is very helpful. I do see that Ms. Jenkins has a question.
Hi, this is Allison Jenkins. I wanted to see if you could talk a little bit more about the media of release and how those are determined for the different OESs, where some are assumed to release directly into water without treatment, and then some go to a POTW either on-site or off-site, and what that information is based on. Thank you.
No problem. I can, this is Chris Green with EPA. I can certainly answer portions of this. However, I don't want to speak outside of my discipline too much and misspeak. However, one of the things we see, and when we look across information for the engineers to formulate the environmental releases, there's a variety of different points of information. One of the things, if you look in the environmental risk characterization section, you'll see tables similar to this on the screen here that are demonstrating on-site or off-site treatment. One of the things that we actually have that, those information, did my call just drop?
You're frozen. You're frozen.
Oh my gosh.
We still got you.
Oh, can you hear me?
I've still got you.
Okay, good. My call just dropped, but I'll continue to speak. So let me get recomposed. So in our environmental release assessment, it is really important to note that we have a number of industry information conceptual site models from manufacturers and processors that go through their conceptual site models, go through the process of operations that go from different pinch points, if you will, for releases. And we know from that information, which is through systematic review, as well as was obtained from SEHSC, where wastewater treatment is and is not occurring. There are a number of other systematic review sources that detail this information, and this is in the engineering or environmental and occupational exposure assessment that it has all those different release sources. So we do have a lot of points of information that connect that in terms of awareness for when there is and is not wastewater treatment. Now, the flip side to that, and apologize for being long-winded. There are situations where we do not have that information. And where we do not have that information, you can see that in Appendix J here in the risk evaluation or within the eco risk characterization, we did not apply wastewater treatment. And so we actually have situations where we have robust information to point to that, and then we have the opposite of that. And that's where that's where that marcation occurs. Did I help answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for the response. And then Dr. Apte.
Okay, this is way out of my area, but I'm just trying to understand. When you say central tendencies here, are you talking about like a mean concentration, median concentration? It may be a dumb question, but I just trying to figure out what's being told here.
No problem. So when we look across, earlier we talked about the Monte Carlo modeling for environmental releases, and this is table 3-4 in the main RE. This is Chris Green, EPA. In the main RE, we have a table that has those releases, and we're looking at the release distribution, and we're using Monte Carlo modeling. And so what we have is the high end and the central tendency representativeness of those releases. Any other detail, we'd probably have to, I'd have to point towards looking in section 3.1 and 3.2 for that, or the engineering documents. But yeah, hopefully that helped.
Dr. Apte, did that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, and the way I think of that is a mean, regardless of whether it's a geometric mean or a arithmetic mean of the distribution. The key there is having a distribution that's reliable, so you know what that central tendency is.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So, and one final question, and I'm sorry, I should have asked this to the previous presenter. This P75 and P90, the digit that's in there, the probability 75, probability 90. So let's stick with the 90. P90 means that 10% of the flows are higher than the value than this P90, or does that mean that 10% are lower?
So our hydrology folks aren't like the person that would be best qualified to answer this is on a different team. But one of the things we think about is when we look at the screen here and we look at formulation of downstream products or paints and coatings or whatever, you have a distribution of NAICS codes, a series of codes across the nation that categorizes those groups of industry. And hydrology data has been collected from all of those releasers. And so when we look back at, if you look and remember back to the SAC, you can remember the phthalates group talking about the distribution of those NAICS codes and their stream flow rates. We're looking at the 50th, 75th, and 90th percentile of that distribution of in-stream flows. One of the caveats, though, is that sometimes those distribution of flows might also capture, kind of it's a big Poisson distribution sometimes in terms of it might capture some of the effluent from that. It's not, but overall, and to demonstrate this to you, Dr. Cobb and others, I'd encourage you to look in section 3.3 on surface water, because I really wanted to connect what those numbers mean, because P75, P9, I don't even know what that means, but you got to look at like the cubic feet per second. And then you can begin to visualize and reference that with maybe streams that you might know in your area from like the USGS sites for gauge flows and things like that.
Sure.
Does that help?
It helps. I think maybe to nail the question down, if we can go back a couple of slides to the previous presenter slide, I think there was something in there that spoke to this. If we'll go back a little further, one more, maybe one more. Here. Maybe one more. Okay. Let's not worry that any longer. If we need to come back to that, we can during the actual response to the charge. So thank you for that, and I'm sorry for the continued question.
No problem. And just for everyone, that is slide 57, just so they can look at their own time.
There's the slide right there. Yeah, 57. All right. Thank you. Let's see now. Are we ready for the bioaccumulation section? Yes. And then Andrea Amati.
Yes, hello. Hi, my name is Andrea. I'm a fate assessor with EPA. So I'm sorry, I have two screens. So if it looks like I'm not looking in the camera, it's just because I'm looking at another screen. Next slide, please. So the first charge question, we're going to be discussing bioaccumulation factors, or BAF. It's typically preferred when estimating human exposure to a chemical from fish ingestion because it considers the animal's uptake of the chemical from both the water column and from diet. However, there are considerable uncertainties associated with the field measured BAF values available for D4. For example, there's low detection frequency, unpaired fish and water field samples. EPA also believes that the laboratory measured BCF dataset is more robust. For example, there's multiple studies that indicate similar findings and uncertainties that are low. Moreover, D4 intake rates from dietary routes are low because D4 undergoes appreciable biotransformation in the gastrointestinal tract of fishes. So one of the charge questions was, please comment on EPA's use of a BCF in lieu of BAF to estimate D4 concentrations in fish tissue and evaluate human exposure through fish ingestion and the strengths and uncertainties of this approach. Next slide, please. The second part of the question, there are many sources of uncertainty in field and laboratory-derived bioaccumulation metrics resulting from the study's design. Water samples for BCF and BAF studies should be analyzed to capture the bioavailable fraction. However, this can be difficult for D4 because of its volatility and hydrophobicity and low water solubility. Furthermore, field studies introduce uncertainty when controls are not collected and sample sizes are small, and steady state conditions cannot be confirmed, and specific D4 contaminated food consumed by the fish is unknown. Although field measurements sometimes provide a more representative picture of accumulation dynamics in natural environments when compared to engineered laboratory settings, bioaccumulation metrics can also be skewed if low detection and quantification frequencies in the sample biota are not taken into consideration. Because of the different uncertainties and strengths between laboratory and field studies, bioaccumulation metrics from both were considered in EPA's overall analysis of the bioaccumulation potential of D4. And considering the inherent uncertainties associated with the quantification of D4 in media and biota from field studies, as well as differences in the ability to control for exposure routes and concentrations between laboratory and field studies, please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of the selected data used for EPA's assessment and preliminary conclusions of bioaccumulation metrics. Next slide, please. So before we start, I wanted to explain and refer to what the difference is between BCF and BAF, or bioconcentration factor and bioaccumulation factor. So the information on bioconcentration and bioaccumulation in aquatic and terrestrial organisms is important to understand the behavior of D4 in the environment and is a key component in assessing its risks to all living organisms, including humans. BCF represents the tendency of a chemical to partition from water to an organism through the respiratory route, or gills, and dermal surfaces. BCF does not include chemical exposure through diet. While bioaccumulation factor, or BAF, represents the extent to which a chemical is absorbed by biota from dietary and environmental respiratory and dermal exposure routes. Next slide, please. For BAF, there were 2 high-quality field studies were identified explaining the BAF of muscle of crucian carp. The first study was Waugh et al., that was 2021, and they reported non-lipid normalized mean BAF of 5,900 liters per kilogram. A lipid normalized BAF could not be calculated since the study did not provide the lipid content of the fish samples. And D4 concentrations in water from 3 out of 7 sites were below the method detection limit, or MDL, while measured D4 concentrations in carp were all quantifiable. And small sample size and sampling area was around a siloxane production factory. The second study was Wang and that was 2021, and it reported a lipid normalized mean BAF of 4,141 liters per kilogram wet weight. The authors assumed a lipid content of 1.67% in carp muscle. EPA used the reported lipid content to back calculate a non-lipid normalized BAF. The non-lipid normalized BAF was 69 liters per kilogram, which is significantly smaller than the BAF reported by WA 2021. Next slide, please. We have several reasons why D4 concentrations in water was significantly lower in the Wang 2021 study. The water samples were not filtered and included both dissolved and particulate-bound D4 fractions in the BAF ratio. For WAL, the 2021 study, it wasn't clear if we captured losses to the filtration apparatus during the extraction recovery analysis. CAN2 2024 study paper highlights the differences in DOC concentration in water and can greatly influence respiratory uptakes, thus contributes to the variation in BAFs. There are challenges that prevent further contextualization of the discrepancy in BAF magnitude. The Wang 2021 study did not report how non-detects were handled, which may also greatly influence the final reported values. Additional data characteristics were also not provided, whether the samples were located matched or if the carb concentrations were only given for muscle tissue measurements. And you can see in this table, there's a comparison of D4 concentrations in water and fish for both studies. Next slide, please. So the reason we thought BCF would be a good substitute for BAF is because D4 undergoes rapid biotransformation in the GI tracts of fish, which results in low uptake rates from dietary routes. So this conclusion is supported by comparable BCF and BAF values. For weight of scientific evidence, BCF and BAF data indicates that D4 is expected to bioconcentrate and bioaccumulate. However, EPA has a greater confidence in the BCFs from laboratory studies than in the field-derived BAFs. And this is due to the presence of experimental controls. Next slide, please. So we have 4 high-quality BCF lab studies that they were identified, and this was to be able to determine a representative and central tendency BCF value for D4. So EPA accounted for the varying lipid contents of the fish species represented in the data set. We did first the lipid normalization equation, and then we averaged the normalized BCF and the BCF and BAF studies that were recommended using a generic lipid content of 5% to obtain a BCF value of 8,795 liters per kilogram. So if you're able to see the math and how we were able to figure out the lipid normalize through this equation. Next slide, please. Okay, and that is it. Thank you for your attention.
All right, excellent. Thank you for that nice presentation. And now we'll turn to the committee to see if there are any questions. Dr. Ottinger.
Your explanation was excellent, and I really appreciate it and appreciate all the background you all have done. One of the speakers yesterday mentioned other methods for analysis of bioaccumulation, and I wondered if you had any thoughts about that.
Was that Dr. Gobus, Dr. Ottinger?
Correct. Thank you. I couldn't hear
Yes,
everything.
I appreciate any input or feedback just to make sure that we consider this for our next risk evaluation.
Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Lee.
Okay, so this is Lee speaking. So thank you so much for your nice presentation and a very clear explanation. So I was wondering whether you can provide a little bit more background information in terms of EPA's consideration for lipid normalization of BCF. Because my understanding is if we want to do the lipid normalization, that means you assume the lipid content is the major factor that control the BCF. But from the table you show on the slides, and actually there is no relationship between the lipid content and BCF. So that's why I was wondering whether EPA has some additional consideration in terms of the lipid normalization. Thank you.
Sure. I think we're doing a general values to see the variation of the different fish species, but I believe whether the lipid content, D4 will still biomagnify, but the remaining in the lipid will still be a concern. I hope that answers your question.
Oh, thanks so much for showing the table on the slides. Yeah. So my question is directly about this table.
Yeah, and just George Cobb, just to clarify, Dr. Lee, you're saying that if the lipid was controlling the uptake, you would expect the column on the far right to be nearly equal to one another. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, at the same time, the mean BCF WW column should be highly correlated with the phi L fish percentage column.
Right.
Yeah, but actually this is not the case.
It actually looks like it maybe even almost goes the other way. Yeah, I see your question.
Right, so that's why I was wondering whether EPA has some additional consideration in terms of lipid normalization, like other than those presented on the screen.
It could also be from D4's volatility. I've read a lot of studies that have explained how they've had difficulties doing lab studies in general, just because of the chemical and the way D4 is. I do expect that to play a big factor in all of the studies that we've received and what we've seen. We saw one small difference, but in the entirety of the values that are different, yeah.
Does this mean the EPA thought the numbers like mean BCF WW listed in the report and on the screen are not that reliable because of the volatility of this compound?
No, that's just what we have been doing. This is what we did to get the average to reduce any uncertainties. So we've also read in their lab analyses that to see how much uncertainties they've removed, that they've taken volatility into consideration and what methods they do to actually avoid any cross-contamination or loss in D4 by volatilization. So we do weigh those estimates as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you so much for the explanation. So one more small follow-up question is, so if you look at the last row of the data, Xue et al. 2020. So according to the report, the report actually mentioned a lot of uncertainties surrounding this number and also the limitation or the weakness in terms of this measurement. So I was wondering why EPA still consider this number in the calculation of the mean BCF.
I'm sorry, what we're saying was unreliable is the BAF factors, not BCF. The BCF values were more reliable. This is why we suggested to use it in fish ingestion instead of BAF.
Okay, that means for the last number, the Xue et al. 2020 number, and you believe the BAF is not reliable, but BCF is reliable, right?
Sorry, actually, all 4 studies are BCF.
Right, but for
only
the last
2 studies that were BAF.
Okay. Okay, thanks for explanation.
They did have a correction in their reports, which actually helped us to increase our confidence in that paper.
Okay, thanks for the information.
Dr. Fairbrother?
Yeah, I think maybe my question was answered. I really appreciated your delving into a lot of the uncertainties in the field studies, but you didn't really talk about the uncertainties in the laboratory studies. And were all of these studies the ones that were done just by actually measuring water concentrations and fish concentrations? Because there were several of the studies that estimated water concentrations after exposing the fish through food.
Could you be specific in which study uses food exposure? Just because BCF does not include dietary exposure.
Right, but I thought, and it may not be these studies, I'll have to go back and look at your documentation again, but there were several fish studies that because of the volatility issue, they exposed the fish through D4 in the food and then back calculated what would be in the water based on fish metabolism.
I would have to actually go back and check on that, but thank you for mentioning this. I'll make sure that pay attention to this and look into it and have any extra explanation about that.
All right, I'll delve into the documentation as well. So thank you.
And thanks for bringing that up, Dr. Fairbrother, and appreciate you getting to it so quickly after, just getting this charge as recently as we did. Mr. Wright.
I'm sorry, Mike Wright from SAC. This is not my area of expertise, so this may be a pretty simplistic question. But my understanding is that the European Union has banned this material from consumer products, from some consumer products, specifically cosmetics, because of its problems when it gets into water, because of its environmental effects. They consider it to be a PBT chemical. That seems like a different conclusion than EPA reached. Can you explain the difference? If in fact there is a difference.
No, I think we did conclude that D4 is bioaccumulative, so.
But to a different extent?
Yes.
Okay.
It depends on which study we're considering. EU, I think the European Union has done their analysis, I think, a few years before some of those papers were actually published. I can double check that, but I think some of the studies were older. So maybe that's why the conclusion was slightly different.
I think their first step in this was probably a couple of years ago. They banned it from wash off cosmetics. The stay on cosmetics ban takes effect this year. So they
Okay, yes.
probably had
And
other studies.
we were considering using the non-cosmetics in relations to, so I think that's probably why our conclusions might be different.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Johnson.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, D4 is a unique compound, isn't it? It's not quite like PCBs, but it is fat soluble. And we heard from Dr. Gobis yesterday, who I think is an expert in this. There's a lot of things that influence bioconcentration in fish. You know, organic carbon content in the water, for example. It could adhere to organic carbon. It could be pH, could be water temperature, a lot of things, right? It's also volatile, makes it even more confusing. And I know like PFAS, it has nothing to do with lipid solubility, why it bioaccumulates. It has to do with recirculation through the kidney, right? And so given this and all the variability that's presented in the document, I want to know, and there seems to be a lot of fish body burden field data collected. Why not just take the 95 upper confidence level, the mean, and the field data that you've collected and go with that rather than trying to model it?
Could you repeat that question? Because I'm not really sure what your question is.
My question is, rather than develop the bioconcentration factor and use that in your model, why not consider fish consumption based on the field data that you have collected using a high-end estimate?
This is because we've seen this with several pieces of evidence that D4 is rapidly metabolized in fish, and it doesn't contribute much to a bioaccumulation. So this is why we didn't consider that.
But I mean, you're going to use this model to estimate what the exposure could be to humans from ingesting fish, right? And what it also could be to other ecological receptors from ingesting fish. I mean, that's the purpose of collecting a bioconcentration factor, right? Or developing one.
Yeah. We also look at trophic magnification. So we're not just completely looking at bioaccumulation, but we do consider other estimates too, and we look at how the labs were designed as well.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Hi, this is Chris with EPA. Dr. Cobb, can I chime in just to help support a little bit here?
Please, this dialogue is very helpful.
Excellent. There's a couple things that are coming down the pipe in terms of this presentation. We do have comparators in terms of national level testing across the nation at a variety of different sites. So you will be seeing that with our GenPop fish consumption in terms of the utilization of monitor data and looking at that monitor data and backstopping it with the BCF calculations from the modeled concentrations in water, which will be forthcoming. We're going to see an expert on that in just a second. Last thing I'll say to this point is one of the things that we have to consider here with respect to national monitoring data for D4 is it is very difficult to monitor relative to other biota samples. It can stick to different substances. It can be on the antiperspirant I'm wearing right now. It can be in a lab environment, a lot of cross-contamination issues. It's extremely hard to monitor, and authoritative sources like the EPA and others around the world have had problems with getting reliability in terms of measures from field collected biota and other methods. So it's a big hindrance. It's not an easy chemical to work with. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there, and I think we can move along to the trophic transfer work, but I just wanted to help with that. So thank you.
Thanks for that feedback, and your point's well taken, especially about the potential sources, including personal care products that are not in this assessment and really needs to be. But yes, it is time to move on to our next aspect, and that would be biomagnification, bioaccumulation.
Hello, my name is Jim Brissett, EPA. This section pertains to aquatic biomagnification and is presented in the Environmental Exposure Assessment, TSD. Next slide, please. And just going off script for a second, there was a question on why we're reading the charge questions again here. We're not. These are just short summaries to orient you on what I'm about to talk about, so you're not figuring it out as I give my presentation, and it sets up the questions at the end. So to continue on, the upcoming slides will add context to charge question 7C, part 1. There are 2 parts, which states the draft environmental exposure assessment provides trophic transfer analysis with model D4 concentration from conditions of use and occupational exposure scenarios for different media of release and exposure pathways, maximum values reported in the ECA report, and peer-reviewed literature for surface water, sediment, and soil. Next slide, please. First, I'll define trophic magnification factor and biomagnification factor. TMF refers to the increasing concentration of a chemical in the tissue of organisms at successfully higher levels in a food chain. TMFs provide a characterization of the average degree of biomagnification that occurs in an entire food web by incorporating multiple food web interactions. BMF, or biomagnification factor, is the ratio of the chemical concentration in the organism and the diet of the organism, which considers a specific predator-prey relationship. TMF and BMF are calculated using lipid normalized concentrations of a chemical within an organism's tissue. A TMF or BMF below 1 indicate trophic dilution, whereas factors greater than 1 indicate biomagnification. Next slide, please. Trophic magnification through dietary exposure of aquatic organisms was calculated in 7 biomonitoring studies across multiple trophic levels with a mean TMF of 0.79, the range of 0.31 to 1.4. 2 of the 7 studies had TMFs greater than 1. These studies were in adjacent bodies of water in the Bohai Sea of China with a TMF of 1.4 and Dalian Bay with a TMF of 1.16, which feeds out to the Bohai Sea. I'll discuss these 2 studies in the next slide. Next slide, please. Q et al. Found a TMF equal to 1.7 in a zooplankton, invertebrate, fish, seabird-based food chain. The authors reported that biomagnification may be overestimated due to uncertainties of whether biota were exposed to similar concentrations. This may be especially true for seabirds with their increased home range relative to the aquatic food web. The TMF with seabirds excluded was 1.4, as stated in the previous slide. In J et al. That showed a TMF of 1.16 found no significant correlation between lipid normalized D4 concentrations and trophic levels among algae, aquatic invertebrates, and fish food chain. Next slide, please. The results of these studies showed that TMF did not vary by freshwater versus saltwater environments, by D4 concentration in water, or by trophic level for lipid normalized D4 concentrations in biota. Therefore, although D4 may have BMFs greater than 1 in specific predator-prey relationships, for example, the zoo study with planktons to Japanese snapping shrimp, EPA does not expect D4 to biomagnify across trophic levels. For charge question 7C part 1, please comment on EPA's preliminary conclusions that D4 is likely to bioaccumulate in organisms, but not biomagnify across trophic levels. Therefore, trophic transfer analysis is not necessary. Excuse me. Trophic transfer analysis is not necessary for aquatic organisms. Next slide. And thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. And now we go to the committee for potential questions. Dr. Otten.
Thank you. That was very helpful. So the one study with birds showing a high level was discounted because that was over 1, correct?
So the 1.7
right
TMF was when birds were included, and the authors noted that there was more uncertainty with the bird part of the food chain because of the wider range, its home range. It may be feeding outside that area. And so they also showed what the TMF was with the bird excluded, which was 1.4.
Right. And there were no other data that you all found that would help with the higher trophic levels for that type of a food chain?
So TMF will go as high as 1 level above the aquatic organisms.
Okay.
You know, so potentially it could be an American mink, you know, one level above. This study showed birds, but the considerations when we get into trophic transfer, you'll know there'll be one input that's area use factor. That this is where that would really fall into play. But even at 1.4, that's not a lot greater than 1. And when you look at when we run through the trophic transfer, it still drops quite a bit when you start considering food ingestion rates and other inputs.
Okay, so that really helps. Thank you very much.
Other questions? So this is George Cobb. I actually have one since we're on this slide here. We just heard from Dr. Lee that the lipid normalization did not do anything to help with the bioconcentration factor, tighten those data sets up. And so I'm skeptical that lipid normalization is a rationale for discarding this JAI study. So I just put that out there right now, and with the understanding that a trophic magnification of 1.16 may or may not be greater than 1 with the experimental errors that would be involved in something like this, but skeptical about whether this lipid normalization is the right thing to hang your hat on, excluding that particular piece of information.
So I agree that close to 1 is within errors. But as far as lipid normalization, BMF and TMF is calculated with lipid normalized data.
You know what? Thank you for reminding me of that. I was reminded of what Dr. Lee said, and you are exactly right. So thank you for that clarification.
You're muted, George.
Sorry, I was trying to pull my documents up. I think we're at trophic transfer now with Dr. Ahmadi.
This is Jim Brissett. I'll be presenting trophic transfer.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry for getting that wrong.
And this section pertains to trophic transfer that is presented in the environmental exposure assessment, TSD. Picking something on my screen here. Next slide, please. The upcoming slides will add context to charge question 7C part 2, which states the draft environmental exposure assessment provides screening level trophic transfer analysis conducted by producing exposure estimates from high-end exposure scenarios defined as those associated with the industrial and commercial releases from a condition of use and occupational exposure scenario that resulted in the highest environmental media concentrations. Next slide, please. The diagram demonstrates uptake for biota and trophic transfer at the screening level. The conservative assumptions is that the invertebrate diet for the short-tailed shrew on the left side of the figure is comprised entirely of earthworms from D4 contaminated soil. The screening level analysis for trophic transfer of D4 to the short-tailed shrew used the highest calculated soil D4 concentration to determine if a more detailed assessment is required. Similarly, on the right side of the figure, conservative assumptions are used for the screening level assessment of the American mink's diet that is comprised entirely of fish from D4 contaminated water as a prey item, while the fish diet is comprised entirely of chironomids from D4 contaminated sediment as its prey item. Next slide, please. First, I'll break down these formulas so that they're a bit easier to understand. The left side of the formula has exposure from media, soil and water for terrestrial and aquatic dependent mammals, and sediment for trophic transfer from fish to mink. On the right side, after the cumulative sum symbol, are exposures from dietary intake. EPA conducted screening level approaches for terrestrial risk estimations based on exposure via trophic transfer using conservative assumptions for factors such as area use factor, absorbed fraction of D4 from diet, soil, sediment, and water. And the full list of inputs are presented directly below the equations in the environmental exposure TSD. The following slides will briefly describe these conservative factors and the formulas. Next slide, please. The area use factor is the ratio of the home range to the size of the contaminated area. For example, the home range for the American mink is about 3 miles. If the contaminated area is half that size, then the AUF would be 0.5. And all the exposure calculations from media and diet to the left would be reduced by 50%. For the screening level, the AUF is assumed to be 1. Next slide, please. Next are the absorbed fractions from media and diet. You start with concentrations in the media or diet, the B stands for biota, then multiplied by P, which is the proportion of the food intake that is media or that biota type, times the food ingestion rate, FIR, times the absorption fraction. Similar to the AUF, the absorbed fraction is the ratio of chemical uptake to biotransformation and elimination rate of the chemical. For the screening level, the absorption fraction is assumed to be 1. In other words, 100% absorbed without elimination or biotransformation. Next slide, please. The table shows screening level trophic transfer analysis for terrestrial mammals based on the highest modeled releases and biosolid applications of D4 to soil from formulation of adhesives and sealant OES. The monitored releases from ECA data. For earthworm and shrew, the hazard threshold is in the far right column at 98.7 and 95 mg per kg. Using screening level conservative assumptions, if the dietary exposure, one column to the left, are equal to or greater to the hazard threshold, then further refinement of the trophic transfer analysis would be made. The results show that dietary exposure concentrations are well below the hazard threshold, and therefore further trophic transfer analysis for terrestrial organisms are not needed. Next slide, please. D4 exposure to aquatic dependent mammals through surface water and sediment exposure pathway was assessed through trophic transfer analysis from chironomid fish mink food web. Maximum D4 concentrations from modeled import and repackaging OES and monitored ECA data presented no exposures of D4 greater than the calculated toxicity reference value of 95 mg per kg from the screening level trophic transfer analysis. These calculations were made with the updated BCF value of 8,795. Next slide, please. For charge question 7C, part 2, please comment on the methods and data used for estimating dietary exposures for ecologically relevant species and discuss the appropriateness of the trophic transfer analysis for aquatic dependent mammals. Next slide, please. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to answer any clarifying questions you may have.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Are there questions? So I actually have one, and I apologize. I had someone come to my door right while you were making your presentation. I want to ask one clarifying question, and that is, of the conditions of use that you've modeled individually, and I'm correct that you modeled these individually?
Yes, so for the screening level, we did the highest releases. The release that resulted in the highest media concentration is what we based it on.
Yes. And so the question is, how likely or how frequently do multiple conditions of use, or OESs, not OESs, conditions of use occur on the same reach of water?
So so that's an aggregate question, which is always a good question. And if we have evidence that we have multiple facilities or releases going to the same body of water, we would aggregate that. And if that resulted in the highest surface water concentration, that's what would be used for the screening level. And that was not the case.
Okay, so just so I understand, you tested to see if that was the case, and you didn't find it, so you used the individual highest COU.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, and that's really helpful to understand. Thank you very much. And if there are no further questions, we can proceed to our next area, which would be fish ingestion.
Yeah, could I just ask a clarifying question real quickly? When you were trying to model the mink diet, did you model any dietary exposure through invertebrates, or was it just wholly fish? I couldn't.
That was part of the whole conservative assumption, was that all of it, we know in real life, American mink is going to have some invertebrate diet. It's not going to be solely, even though it's aquatic dependent, meaning it's primary source of, I should have included this, for aquatic dependent, its primary source of diet is based on aquatic organisms. That doesn't mean it's 100%. But for the screening level, the conservative assumption was that 100% of its diet was from contaminated fish, that lived in contaminated water, and its diet was also contaminated with D4. from sediment.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought, but I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
So real quick, Dr. Fairbrother, this is George Cobb. With what we're hearing about the metabolism of D4 and these kinds of things, especially with vertebrates and the like, you think it's possible that D4 in invertebrates would be as high or higher than D4 in the fish? And maybe there's some monitoring data that I haven't looked through carefully enough to determine if that might be.
Yeah, that was sort of one of my thoughts too when I was thinking about the mink diet, but I don't know how to answer your question.
I think our EPA representative has some.
Well, you can look at, because we do have earthworm data, and we have from biosolid applications. So there is a which we did the earthworm to shrew. And so the concentration of D4 in soil was less than what we were getting from contaminated water. So it's covered.
And there may be data in the enforceable research agreement that has invertebrate data as well, that we could see how
Yes, that's correct.
How conservative that assumption of complete fish diet would be.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for answering that question, and thank you for the question, Dr. Fairbrother. Now we can move on to fish ingestion. Do we have a presenter, Dr. Nguo? I'm not hearing any presentation.
Can you hear us in EPA?
I just heard you just then.
Okay. I don't know if there, now you can see me. I'm good. All right. Hi, I'm Catherine Ngo at EPA, and I'll walk you through our approach to evaluating the fish ingestion pathway as it relates to charge question 8. Next slide. Next slide. So EPA used a screening level assessment because of the absence of location-specific data for releases associated with each of the TSCA conditions of use, or COUs. The screening analysis relied on conservative assumptions to derive worst-case exposure estimates. I'll go into those conservative assumptions in a little bit. I want to first talk about the diagram on this slide here. It illustrates the process for conducting a screening assessment. On the left, if the worst case exposure estimates result in MOEs or margins of exposure above the benchmark, then the pathway is determined to not be a concern. The right of this diagram illustrates the iterative steps that EPA conducted if the worst case exposure estimates results in MOEs below the benchmark. Further assessments include higher tiers of modeling when available, refinement of exposure estimates, and expanding to consider additional COUs. Next slide. So this slide here highlights the conservative assumptions that were used to derive the worst case exposure estimate from fish ingestion. The equation shows how the surface water concentration of D4 is factored into the calculations, and the surface water concentration is the primary input that was varied in the analysis. The rest of this equation's inputs can be found in the notes to this slide or section 7 of the document titled Draft Environmental Media and General Population Exposure for D4. So the screening assessment started with the highest modeled water column concentration of D4. That concentration was based on high-end or 95th percentile releases using an upper bound production volume of 500 million pounds. The releases were then paired with the low flow of the receiving water body. Furthermore, no wastewater treatment was considered, even though D4's removal efficiency from wastewater is high. The OES that resulted in the highest modeled surface water concentration is import repackaging. Next. So the results of the screening assessment had MOUs below benchmark for all the populations we assessed. EPA compared its modeled surface water concentrations with our our monitored surface water concentration data. This table shows that EPA's modeled values are several orders of magnitude above the maximum measured value across the ECA and across other monitoring data sources. It's important to note that the ECA sampled from 4 large domestic D4 manufacturing and processing facilities, and even those surface water concentrations are much lower than the ones EPA modeled. The model water concentrations also exceed the bounds of D4's solubility by 2 orders of magnitude. So this comparison indicates that EPA's modeled surface water concentrations are overestimated. Model data also don't align with D4's physical and chemical properties that establish D4 to be hydrophobic, volatile, and preferentially absorbed to organic carbon. Next slide, please. So EPA next compared the modeled fish tissue concentrations against empirical values. Because the modeled concentrations of D4 in the fish tissue are derived from the estimated surface water concentrations, they are expectedly much higher than any of the empirical fish data. These model results are inconsistent with the empirical evidence from laboratory and field studies suggesting that D4 has low potential for bioaccumulation, and instead trophic dilution occurs because of the high biotransformation rate of D4 when ingested by fish. Next slide. This slide here presents the refinements to the screening analysis. As previously stated, the primary input that was adjusted was the surface water concentration. So the first refinement is that because EPA expects industrial releases of D4 to occur at larger water bodies, we use higher flow rates as bounds to improve representativeness. Wastewater is expected according to the environmental releases. So where appropriate, we applied a removal efficiency of 94%. And this 94% is the mean from 3 Canadian, and US studies. And then lastly, we moved beyond a screening level analysis to include all OESs with known discharges to water. And central tendency releases were also considered along with the high-end releases for all the OESs. Next slide. Now, after these refinements, some exposure scenarios still resulted in risk estimates below the benchmark. EPA did not consider many of those results to be representative of real-world scenarios, though. D4 is hydrophobic and has a short half-life in water because of its rapid volatilization and hydrolysis. Therefore, the modeled water concentrations and the subsequent estimated fish tissue values have to be better aligned with the monitoring data. So to align with monitoring data, EPA relied on ECA's data because it reported the maximum value across all available studies. So not just within the EPA, within the ECA's monitoring data, but all the studies we identified in systematic review that measured D4 concentrations in surface water. ECA still reported the maximum values across all studies. The ECA represents D4 COUs, and they reflect US conditions. The figure on this slide illustrates the distribution of empirical fish tissue concentrations from fish collected downstream of large D4 manufacturing and processing facilities. You can see that facility 3, DD3, reported the maximum fish tissue concentration among all facilities sampled under the ECA. As seen in this figure, the maximum concentration is an outlier among ECA's own reported data. It's at least 3 times higher than all the reported values collected from samples downstream of that facility. And this maximum ECA value is also the highest across all empirical data identified in systematic review. Therefore, EPA selected this as an upper bound of D4 concentrations in fish tissue. And any calculated fish tissue concentrations exceeding ECA's maximum empirical value were considered unrealistic. And EPA seeks comment on this selection. Next. In conclusion, EPA does not expect the high calculated fish tissue concentrations to be realistic for 3 key reasons. One, they were calculated using unlikely model surface water concentrations because of D4's hydrophobicity, volatilization, and hydrolysis. 2, they exceed the maximum empirical value, which is already an outlier within its own data set. And 3, ECA's measured values are based on actual releases to water paired with known flows of the receiving water body. They are thus grounded in realism. EPA considered ECA's maximum measured fish tissue concentration as an upper bound and seeks SAC comment on the appropriateness of this selection. Next slide. Thank you, and I'll be happy to take any clarifying questions.
Excellent. Thank you for that presentation, and we'll turn it to the committee now to see if there are other questions. Any questions? Dr. Chason, are you trying to ask? Yes.
Yeah.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Real quick, did you compare these values with the database that I think you brought up earlier today in the conversation where the national survey, the tissue analyses, for curiosity, if nothing else, are they, what do they look like?
I'm not sure what database.
Hi, this is Catherine at EPA. We're not sure what database you're referring to, Dr. Chason. Can you elaborate a little more?
Well, maybe Dr. Johnson can help me out. It was during that conversation that you were talking about another database. Do I have it right?
Jason, I don't know another database. Could you repeat your question again,
Oh,
please?
Mark, maybe I misunderstood the conversation. Were you talking about a fish residue, a residue in fish tissue from another study?
Yeah, it was in the DRE. There's a lot of studies that they showed were some analytical concentrations of D4 that they collected. But like they said, it was incredibly variable. A lot of them were no detects. But there were some fish that had some detections. And my question was, why not use the UCL, the mean of those data, rather than try to model it with the BCF?
Yeah, right. I was just wondering if EPA had looked at that, and there have been publications especially from fish that were taken out of the Great Lakes, and the concentrations of, I've forgotten which chemicals it was, but it was very dependent on the type of fish and the age of the fish as predicted by size, length of the fish. Anyway, so that might just give us some idea of what are we off by orders of magnitude there for any of the calculation. I was just wondering if that was looked at.
Yeah, this is Catherine Ngo at EPA. Thank you, Dr. Chason. To the extent that that study is already included in our systematic review search, it was considered and determined then to not be not to be higher than anything that the ECA measured. But then we would appreciate that in your written comments, if you can send us that citation so we can ensure that it's included in our analysis.
I was asked, I don't know what the citation is because I just heard about it from Dr. Johnson. So
Well, we'll figure it out and get it in our report.
okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions? I actually have one or maybe two. First of all, on slide 104, how many fish were, and I should remember this, but I don't, how many fish were there from the different sites from DD1 through DD4? Do you remember that? Just what's the end value of those distributions?
This is Catherine Ngo at EPA. I cannot remember off the top of my head how many fish samples were collected. I can get back to you. I will look at the ECA data and get back to you.
Yeah, well, it's just that those distributions look like they're pretty tight, so there may be quite a few. I'll also say that a 3x factor, if you've got very many data, would not indicate that you have an outlier. That's just not what you would expect to be an outlier for those kinds of data. I'd also just point out in your verbal presentation, and just be careful about this in the written presentation, and I'll mention this in the written report, but I don't want to belabor it, is that you mentioned trophic dilution in your presentation, but you're also showing trophic transport in the previous presentation of around 1, or excuse me, trophic magnification of around 1 and perhaps over 1, which is not particularly troubling, but you got to reconcile trophic dilution with not trophic magnification. Those are not the same thing. And also I'll point out, if you do have trophic dilution, it would go directly to Dr. Fairbrother's point that using the fish for mink ingestion is not necessarily conservative if you're anticipating trophic dilution into fish. So those are some things really to pay very close attention to in your written report and in the presentation.
This is Catherine Ngo at EPA. Thank you, Dr. Cobb, for that reminder. We'll be careful about our wording in the report. I just want to add that the TMF, the trophic magnification factor, is 0.74, which is consistent with trophic dilution.
That is your mean trophic dilution or trophic magnification. So I think we agree with that. Just be careful that you're not talking about the same thing in two different ways.
Yes.
And I do appreciate that. Is that all for the fish ingestion portion? If it is, then we can move on to the ecological hazard. And I have Mr. Brissett again. But we're not hearing, or at least I'm not hearing, the EPA presentation.
One moment, please. I'm getting my papers lined up.
All good. No worries. Yeah, long day. And I fully appreciate that there are multiple people probably in the same place.
We didn't have a break either.
Oh, that's hers. Okay, hold on. This is it. There you go. Good to go.
All right. This is Jim Berthet, EPA. This section pertains to ecological hazards and is presented in the Environmental Hazard Assessment TSD. Next slide, please. The upcoming slides will add context to charge question 9. Within the draft environmental hazard assessment, EPA assigned an overall quality determination of high to a single study with relevant toxicity data of D4 exposure to freshwater green algae. However, the lowest observed effect concentration, or LOEC, derived from a single tested concentration was below the EC50. And the study authors did not consider this level of reduction in cell density to be representative of an adverse effect. Therefore, the algae COC concentration of concern, based on the LOEC concentration, is expected to overestimate risk, and the overall hazard confidence for aquatic plants, algae, was slight. Next slide, please. Here are some key considerations affecting the overall confidence of algae hazard value. EPA assigned an overall quality determination of high to a single 96-hour freshwater green algae study. A closed system was used because exposure concentration of D4 could not be maintained in an open system. Only a single dose was used for this study, and the resulting LOEC concentration for growth was below the EC50, which is the effect concentration at which 50% of test organisms exhibit an effect, which the study authors did not consider an adverse effect. Next slide, please. The most sensitive aquatic taxa was aquatic plants, based on the algae study, when compared to acute and chronic fish and invertebrates. However, the algae COC was less than an order of magnitude different than the majority of aquatic COCs, and therefore not unreasonably different. Next slide, please. The overall hazard confidence was slight for the following evidence considerations. Because there was only one algae study, and that study used a single concentration, consistency, strength, and precision, and biological gradient dose response could not be evaluated and were given a confidence rank of slight. There was also slight confidence in relevance because of minor testing discrepancies where algae was tested in a closed system to limit volatilization of D4. And it was expected to have reduced growth rates due to lack of gas exchange. Because reduced growth rate was expected, the study authors did not believe that the reported LOEC that was less than an EC50 represented an adverse effect. Next slide, please. Please comment on the strengths and uncertainties of this algal hazard value, including relevance and confidence in the hazard database for this taxa group. Next slide, please. And thank you for your attention. Happy to answer any clarifying questions you may have at this time.
Excellent. Thank you for that presentation. And the last one of the EPA group for the day. Let's see if we have any questions from the committee. Looks like we do not. So perhaps at this point, we can circle back and see if there are any clarifying questions from any of the committee members about anything we've talked about today. And if we have those, we can take them now. If not, we'll circle back to EPA to see if there are any pieces of information they had to share with us about questions that have gone unanswered so far today. Okay, we don't see anything from the committee. EPA, are there any clarifications or answers to any of our outstanding questions thus far?
Hello, this is Chris Green with EPA. Thank you, Dr. Cobb. To my understanding, we do not. So thank you.
Okay, I'm not trying to push you, just want to give you the opportunity so that stuff doesn't pile up on you too much. All right, well, with that, unless Dr. Kamal says that this is not the thing to do, I think we should take about a 10 or 15-minute break real quick here, give everybody a breather before we go into our public comments.
And that's the right thing to do.
All right, that'll give our our contractor staff some time to get everything lined up and the presenters to also get ready for the talk. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. Thank you, folks. All right, welcome back to our concluding session for the Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals review of D4. And we are now ready for public comments. And Dr. Kamal, do you have that list or Mr. Ali?
Yes, I have it. If you don't have it, I can call for them.
I don't see it. I may have it in a series of documents, but I don't see it. If you could just introduce them,
Sure,
that would be
no
helpful.
problem.
That would be very
Yeah.
helpful. Thank you.
Of course. So our first public commenter is Dr. Dimitri Abramson from the University of California, San Francisco. Is he present?
Yes, I am present.
All right.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. I should also mention that I will present the comments of my colleague, Dr. Rashmi Joglekar also. She was not able to be here with us today. My name is Dimitri Abramson. I'm an assistant professor at the University of California, San Francisco, and a collaborator of the UCSF program on reproductive health and the environment. My background is in environmental chemistry, and I have done multiple studies on the environmental fate and persistence of cyclic volatile methylsiloxanes, including D4. D4 has been classified as persistent, bioaccumulative, or very persistent and very bioaccumulative by regulatory agencies in Canada, the European Union, and the United Kingdom. However, EPA's draft evaluation significantly underestimates D4's risks through scientifically flawed assumptions that do not align with the best available science. I'm here to emphasize to the SACC today the numerous ways in which the EPA has failed to uphold the best available science across every phase of the risk evaluation process for D4. These shortcomings call into question whether EPA appropriately considers all relevant environmental and health endpoints, and they undermine confidence in the agency's derived risk values. As a result, EPA's conclusions likely underestimate exposure, hazard, and risk, and do not provide the level of public health protection mandated by TSCA. EPA has continually relied on flawed systematic review approach that is not aligned with the best available science and fails to address the more than 200 recommended improvements provided by the SACC. EPA's literature search has not been updated since 2019 and did not systematically consider evidence published since then, systematically and significantly narrowing the evidence base for D4 draft risk evaluation. EPA's human health and hazard assessment is deficient and understates the risk of liver effects, reproductive effects, and cancer from D4 exposure. EPA's hazard assessment failed to consider liver effects and cancer without adequate scientific justification, and EPA's dose response assessment for reproductive effects only focused on a single study that may not be the most sensitive study available. There are several studies with significantly lower LOAELs than the POD chosen by the EPA. The EPA should conduct BMD modeling for all of these studies and endpoints in order to identify the most sensitive POD. EPA's draft risk evaluation for D4 failed to assess the full range of reasonable foreseeable exposure scenarios as required by TSCA, leading to a significant underestimation of risk. EPA does not estimate D4 exposures to infants and toddlers from ingestion of human breast milk, despite acknowledging that D4 is present in breast milk. EPA also failed to consider D4 exposures resulting from down-the-drain disposal and landfill leachate, citing industry-sponsored data and lack of U.S.-specific monitoring data as a reason to ignore these pathways altogether. Financially conflicted data and/or the absence of data does not justify an assumption of negligible exposure, rather demonstrates that EPA lacks sufficient information to make a risk determination and must therefore analyze the pathway rather than exclude it. EPA also failed to adequately consider aggregate exposures to D4 from multiple realistic use scenarios and exposure pathways. In doing so, EPA assumes that does not use bedding or wear clothes containing D4 on a given day, or that a person living near a facility releasing D4 does not both breathe air and drink water. These assumptions are scientifically unsupported and result in an underestimation of real-world risk. EPA also failed to rely on best available methods to quantify non-cancer risks for D4, leading to a serious underestimation of risk. We applied methods developed by the World Health Organization, methods that were recommended in the 1,3-butadiene SACC report to quantify the non-cancer risk of reproductive harm from chronic D4 exposures, and found that EPA's current approach considers exposures acceptable that result in an upper bound risk of 1 in 333, risk levels far higher than the 1 in 1 million target risk level EPA typically applies for protection to carcinogenic risks. Finally, EPA continues a dangerous pattern of failing to consider high-end exposure scenarios for workers and consumers in its unreasonable risk determinations, and in doing so, it is ignoring risks to 50% of human population without adequate scientific justification. This practice deviates from EPA's prior TSCA evaluations and contradicts its legal obligation under TSCA to assess risks to PESS. The SACC also recently criticized this shift to disregard high-end exposures. EPA also repeatedly altered reasonable general population and consumer exposure assumptions, indicating an unreasonable risk in order to reduce the estimated risk. Most concerningly, EPA's calculations indicated significant risks from several consumer and general population exposures to D4. In many of these cases, EPA applied multiple revisions to its exposure analysis until it obtained a result indicating low risk.
Can you wrap up, please? You exceeded the 5 minutes.
I'm presenting for both me and my colleague Rashmi Joglekar, so the time should be 10 minutes. Thank you. In the
Sure,
case of,
but her name is
you
number
allowed
6.
already, Dr. Kamel, you
Yes.
already allowed the
Yeah,
10
no
minutes.
problem, but
Thank
her
you.
presentation is number 6. So if it's going to be like 2 different subjects or just one subject?
It's going to be one subject, combining both.
Okay, you can proceed.
In the case of estimating D4 exposures to tribal populations from fish consumption, EPA had to revise its exposure analysis 4 times before arriving to an MOE that was not indicative of risk. This is scientifically flawed and completely unacceptable. EPA has to minimum consider its original risk calculations as the basis for its unreasonable risk determinations. Please refer to your public comments, which we'll be submitting today, for a detailed recommendation on how D4 draft risk evaluation can be improved to adhere to the best available science and result in risk calculations that protect people and the environment. So I will now continue with my comments. I would like to reiterate that multiple international agencies, the European Union, the UK, and Canada have classified D4 as persistent or very persistent and bioaccumulative or very bioaccumulative based on strong empirical evidence. EPA relies heavily on industry-sponsored degradation studies without addressing financial conflicts of interest, even though the National Academy of Sciences has repeatedly emphasized that industry-funded data can systematically introduce bias and affect the conclusions of the evaluation. The EPA over-relies on idealized hydrolysis and biodegradation data that do not reflect real environmental conditions, especially cold, saline, and anaerobic environments where D4 is known to break down slowly or not at all. D4 bioaccumulates, and EPA's modeling assessment underestimates this. International assessment consistently classified D4 as bioaccumulative or very bioaccumulative. EPA's draft relies on metabolic assumptions that are not realistic and on exposure scenarios that underestimate true uptake, especially for aquatic organisms and sediment-associated species. EPA uses modeling choices that contradict measured tissue concentrations found in independent studies and in European assessments. EPA dismisses or downgrades several real-world pathways where D4's persistence and bioaccumulation make exposure inevitable. Wastewater treatment, for example, EPA assumes a 94 removal, but in certain independent studies, that removal is as low as 13%, meaning much more D4 is released to the environment than it is anticipated. EPA entirely omits the exposure through wastewater sludge and exposure from biosolids, even though hydrophobic persistent chemicals like D4 have the potential to bioaccumulate in sludge and are spread on farmland or disposed in landfills. EPA recognizes D4 is detected in human breast milk. However, it does not calculate the exposure pathway through breast milk consumption, which is a major gap for susceptible subpopulation. EPA should align its persistence and bioaccumulation determinations with the REACH Annex 8 and assessments by Canada, the European Union, and the UK, and demonstrate that D4 clearly meets the persistent, very persistent bioaccumulative and very bioaccumulative criteria. At the very least, the EPA should explain in a very scientific way why its risk assessment deviates so much from international scientific consensus on the persistence and bioaccumulation of D4. EPA's own evidence combined with international scientific consensus shows that D4 is persistent and bioaccumulative. The draft evaluation systematically underestimates these properties and must be revised using best available science, including real-world data, independent studies, and approaches aligned with REACH. Protecting workers, communities, infants, and ecosystems requires an accurate assessment of D4's persistence and bioaccumulation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Abramson. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Abramson. We can call into the next speaker, and it will be Dr. Harvey Kluel from Rambo in Durham, North Carolina.
Good afternoon. My name's Harvey Kluel. I'm a principal consultant with Rambol. I'm providing comments today on charge question 1 regarding the EPA's use of the PBPK model for D4. I've prepared these comments on behalf of the SCHSC. However, the conclusions presented here are my own. My colleagues and I, who have worked on the PBPK models for D4 and D5, are very pleased that the draft risk evaluation makes such effective use of the D4 PBPK model to conduct the internal dosimetry for the draft risk assessment of D4. I've participated in the development and refinement of the D4 and D5 PBPK models, which use the same structure, for more than 20 years. They were initially developed by Mel Anderson beginning in 2001, and both the D4 and D5 models were subsequently evaluated for regulatory use in 2015 in support of a regulatory opinion on D5 by the EU's Scientific Committee on Consumer Safety. The SCCS concluded that the models correctly reproduce the measured data, and therefore the SCCS considers that the modeling is suitable for risk assessment. This opinion marked the first instance of reliance on a PBPK model by the committee, so it was quite gratifying. The D4 PBPK model accurately describes the kinetics of D4 after dermal, inhalation, and oral exposures in the F344 rat, as well as after inhalation exposure in the Sprague-Dawley rat, which was the strain that was used in the critical study for D4. Human pharmacokinetic data for the two primary exposure routes expected in the human, inhalation and dermal, are also well described by the D4 PBPK model. The ability of the model to successfully simulate the extensive database of kinetic studies available for D4 provides a high level of confidence in the D4's model's fitness for the purpose of estimating internal dose metrics for use in the D4 human health risk assessment. We agree with the EPA's choice of the dose metric for the point of departure determination, which was the area under the curve of D4 in blood on the last exposure day, rather than using a tissue-based dose metric. Regarding extrapolation from adults to children using the PBPK model, although the human D4 PBPK model is based on data collected only in adult animals and offspring, extrapolation to children should not necessarily increase uncertainty for the intended use. The extrapolation from adults is minimal, given that children have no risk for reproductive effects until the age of menarche. Potentially, the incorporation of ontogeny of the CYPs involved in D4 metabolism into the PBK model would decrease uncertainty if extrapolation to younger children was desired. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Clowell. Are there any questions from the committee? Dr. Cobb?
Yes, I have a quick question, and thank you for that presentation. I'm glad that you joined us as one of the authors or refiners of this PBPK model. A couple of things came up earlier today relative to that model, and I don't remember all of the questions, but one that I asked was relative to the model is stated, at least in the documents, to address non-pregnant adults, but then the studies that are really relevant to the most sensitive endpoint is a pregnancy. So can you relay to us, or at least to me, the critical aspects of a PBPK model or this PBPK model that would be altered by a pregnancy, or that you would expect to be different for a pregnant female than for just a normal adult?
Yes, that's actually the reason for the development of PBPK models, was to be able to incorporate physiology into them and not have to have data on different life stages and different conditions. And in particular, we years ago developed a pregnancy model, and the physiological changes together with the partition coefficients in each of the tissues, all of those give you the impact of the change in physiology on the chemical distribution. The other parameters in the model are unaffected. So we feel comfortable. We have a lot of history with doing predictions for pregnancy for a number of chemicals where the database was on humans that were not pregnant.
Okay. Are you saying that the model that you developed would actually pertain to pregnant females if they were properly parameterized?
If they were properly parameterized using the data that's available on physiology and also the chemical specific data, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you so much for answering that question.
Sure.
Thank you, Dr. Clowell. Are there any other questions for Dr. Clowell? Okay, our next presenter will be Dr. Wolfgang de Kant from University of Würzburg in Germany.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. These comments are on behalf of myself and Dr. Thomas Kollnert. My name is Wolfgang de Kant, and I'm a retired professor of toxicology from the University of Würzburg, Germany. I have published more than 400 papers, including several reviews on the toxicity of cyclic siloxanes, and was member of several scientific advisory groups on human health risk assessment. Dr. Kollnert has worked for 10 years as a toxicologist in the pharmaceutical and chemical industries, and he has been active as an independent consultant for the last 15 years. We are commenting on behalf of EHSC, but all conclusions are our own opinion. EPA identified decreased live litter size following inhalation exposure to D4 in a 2-generation reproductive toxicity study in rats as the primary basis for POD derivation, with a no observed adverse effect concentration of 300 ppm. Repeated inhalation exposure to D4 has been associated with a range of effects of reproductive function in female rats, including altered estrous cycle, follicular reduction, ovarian atrophy, increased uterine weight, and increased incidences of cystic endometrial epithelial hyperplasia and benign endometrial adenomas. As outlined in EPA guidance, the relevance of effects observed in rats for human health needs to be assessed when mechanistic information is available. Mechanistic studies on reproductive effects of D4 in rats have focused on a direct estrogenic effect and on dopamine receptor agonism. D4 has only a very weak estrogenic and anti-estrogenic activity and a low affinity for estrogen receptor alpha, 5 to 6 orders of magnitude below that of the standard compound esenyl estradiol. Despite a positive response of D4 in the uterotrophic assay, recent evaluations integrating receptor affinities, circulating concentrations of endogenous estrogens, and molecular docking techniques concluded that an estrogenic effect of D4 in intact animals is not plausible. In vitro studies on interaction of D4 with the dopamine receptor are hampered by the high volatility and the very low water solubility of D4. However, despite these limitations, there are indications from these studies that D4 acts as a dopamine agonist. In vivo studies in rats confirm that D4 acts dopamine agonist-like, also the exact action on the dopamine signaling pathway is not defined. Similar to D4, a number of marketed dopamine agonist drugs showed adverse effects on female fertility in rats due to their reduction of prolactin. Prolactin is the primary hormone for establishment and maintenance of early pregnancy in rats. As there are significant differences in the role of prolactin between rodents and humans, the rat is considered by regulatory authorities in the drug sector to be an unsuitable species for the toxicity testing of dopamine agonist. Thus, the database for deriving the point of departure for D4 has no human relevance, and the selected endpoint is not appropriate for human health risk assessment. Thus, and following EPA guidance, evidence is inadequate to assess whether D4 might cause effects on female reproductive system in humans, as there is moderate to robust animal evidence, indeterminate human evidence, and adequate mechanistic information indicating that the animal evidence is unlikely to be relevant to humans. Thank you for the opportunity to present our opinion.
Thank you very much, Dr. Decote. And does anyone have a question? I see Dr. Ottinger.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's much clearer to me than what I heard yesterday, and I appreciate you clarifying some of the details. Do you have any input into direct effects of D4 on hypothalamic systems outside of dopamine, the GABA, epinephrine, norepinephrine, GnRH, all that, or you're primarily focused on the prolactin effect on implantation?
The fairly large number of studies, many of them unpublished, have mainly focused on the dopamine pathway and have not really addressed other pathways.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So, any other questions? Then we move to the next presenter, is Dr. Robin Gentry from Rambaugh in Monroe, Louisiana.
Let's see. Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you, but oh, you got on blurry. Good to see you.
Okay. There we go.
Yes.
All
We can
right.
hear you and see you clearly. All right.
Right. Thank you. My name is Robin Ann Gentry, and I'm a PhD and board certified toxicologist and principal with Ramble, with decades of experience in human health risk assessment and specifically with the science of D4. I am providing comments today on charge question 2C regarding the BMR selection in US EPA's dose response analysis for D4. These comments were prepared for the SEHSC, however, the conclusions presented here are my own. The BMR chosen was 5% relative deviation for the continuous endpoint, the number of live pups born in the F2 generation, with a BMDL reported based on the linear model. The EPA also presented a BMDL based on the same continuous endpoint with a BMR based on 1 standard deviation on the control value. This BMDL is approximately 5 times higher than the BMDL based on the BMR of 5% relative deviation. While EPA notes the severity of the endpoint and cites 2 previous assessments using a similar BMR with the same endpoint, live pups born, this selection of a BMR for continuous data is inconsistent with US EPA's benchmark dose technical guidance. The technical guidance indicates for continuous data, a BMR of 1 standard deviation on the control is recommended as the default DMR. There is currently nothing in the technical guidance regarding a BMR based on % relative deviation. It appears that the EPA may be taking their justification for the BMR of 5% relative deviation from the statements in the guidance. For continuous data, the preferred approach is to define a BMR based on the level of change in the endpoint at which the effect is considered to become biologically significant as determined by expert judgment or relevant guidance documents. It's page X of the executive summary. And that the ideal is to have a biological basis for the BMR for continuous data, e.g. a consensus scientific definition of what minimal level of change in a continuous endpoint is biologically relevant. The selection of 5% specifically is cited as coming from risk evaluations for 1-bromopropane and TCP, the former of which states, for decreased live litter size, a BMR or 5% relative deviation was used, considering this is probably a combination of reproductive effects, which would be a BMR of 10% relative deviation, and developmental effects, including post-implantation loss, similar to mortality, which would be a BMR of 1% relative deviation for an overall BMR of 5% relative deviation. There is no further explanation or support for this statement in the previous documents, and while the logic is reasonable, the use of relative deviation does not appropriately account for variability in the data itself, which is a relatively large oversight. If a BMR based on relative deviation is used, EPA should present the calculation of the relative deviation and provide peer-reviewed justification of its use in these assessments. Considering only the citations provided in this risk evaluation, the use of % relative deviation for a BMR appears with no rationale or description of the calculation. For the present case, a 5% relative deviation corresponds to a reduction in live pups in the F2 generation of less than 1. As I mentioned previously, it could be argued that this process does not appropriately take into consideration the variability in the data underlying the BMD model, and that use of 1 standard deviation or 0.5, if trying to be conservative per the technical guidance, is more appropriate. Thank you for your time and consideration of these comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gentry. And I'd like to open the door for any questions. Well, thank you for the great presentation. And we will move on to the next commenter. and that would be Dr. Frank Gobas from Simon Fraser University in British Columbia, Canada.
Yeah, thank you very much for allowing me to provide some comments on the charge questions 7 and 8. My name is Frank Gobas. I'm a professor at Simon Fraser University. My area of expertise is environmental toxicology and specifically on bioaccumulation.
And thank you, Dr. Gobas. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make it clear that you have requested an additional 5 minutes so that all audiences know that your presentation will be 10 minutes and not 5 minutes. Thank you.
That's great. I'll still try to be short, so maybe I can make the 5 minutes. But I've been asked to provide comments by the SEHC, but I'm presenting my own thoughts today. Next slide, please. On charge question 7A, can you use the BCF instead of the BAF to estimate concentrations of D4 in fish tissues for the purpose of human health risk assessment? The basic answer is yes and no. If the uptake in fish from the water dominates, then indeed the BAF is roughly equal to the BCF. If the uptake from food dominates, the BAF is much greater than the BCF. And the latter is often the case. The equations here on the left illustrate this point. This is the BCF. It's a concentration of the substance in fish over that in the water. These are the various rate constants that represent uptake and elimination. And you can see when you go to the BAF, there's an extra term in that equation that accounts for the uptake of chemicals through the diet. And that term is controlled by the ratio of the concentrations in the diet and that in the water. So these equations basically illustrate that the BF is always greater than the BCF, right? And the figure on the right illustrates the degree to which that occurs. And it basically shows that when uptake of D4 from food becomes more important, the BAF becomes greater than the BCF. And you can see the degree to which that occurs. This is a logarithmic Y scale here. In order to avoid these problems, I suggest using some of the models that have been made to address these questions, like the AquaWeb model, the US EPA CABA model, the multi-box model, and the APME-B model. These are all models that can do these calculations better. Next slide, please. Okay. On the strength and uncertainties of the selected data that the EPA is using for bioaccumulation metrics. On the strengths, I'm quite impressed really with the overview of the literature on BCFs, BAFs, BMFs, and TMFs. There were some minor issues that I will not go into today, but overall I was quite impressed, and indeed I saw lots of recent literature also being included in the documentation. However, there are some uncertainties and errors that I have to point out here. The first one is on the lipid standardization, the lipid normalization, and the growth correction calculations that are included in the report. My suggestion is to revisit those because they are inappropriate, incorrect, violate mass balance, and the best thing to do is simply not use them at all. Another point is that in the evaluations of BMF and TMF, there are guidelines in terms of evaluating these values for data quality. They've been around for a long time. Studies by Borga and more recently by Kate Fremlin and co-authors, they provide basically good guidelines to evaluate these BMFs and TMFs. So I highly suggest that the EPA is using them to get more confidence in the values that they're using for their calculations. Another point I want to highlight here is the report refers to field-derived BMFs and lab-derived BMFs. These are not the same. They're apples and oranges. They cannot be directly compared, and any differences between them is not uncertainty. Field-derived BMFs include uptake from water and food. Lab-derived BMFs only include uptake from the food, not the water. Another point that I think needs a little bit more attention is the B metrics that are discussed. Some of them are using results from radio-labeled D4 studies that are using these radio-labeled substances, while others use only parent D4. Radio-labeled measurements always include the parent compound and the metabolites. Studies that using non-radio-labeled substances, they only include the parent compound. So the results are different, and this should also not be considered to be uncertainty. It's just comparing apples and oranges once again. Next slide, please. On the strengths and uncertainties pertaining to EPA's preliminary conclusions surrounding biomagnification metrics, in terms of strengths, overall, the report gets it right. There's really overwhelming evidence, at least in my view, that indicates that D4 does not biomagnify. However, this does not mean that dietary uptake is unimportant. The fact that most studies indicate trophic dilution of D4 means that dietary uptake is the dominant exposure route for consumer organisms in many aquatic food webs. So once again, I made this point yesterday as well. The report tends to mix up variability and uncertainty, and it is once again important to emphasize that there is not a biomagnification factor that you can apply universally to all exposure assessment problems. Next slide, please. Regarding EPA's preliminary conclusion that D4 is likely to bioaccumulate in organisms but does not magnify across trophic levels, and therefore that trophic transfer analysis is not necessary for aquatic organisms, there is ample evidence to support EPA's conclusion that D4 does not magnify, so I agree with that. However, trophic analysis is necessary to accurately assess concentrations of D4 in fish because of the trophic dilution of D4 that we're often seeing in the environment. The graph is trying to illustrate that, and the orange line shows you the concentrations in a fish estimated, predicted in an illustrative manner, as a function of the trophic position of the organism. If the TMF is less than 1, then obviously the concentrations go down in the food web. So if an organism is feeding on organisms of a trophic position of 2 or 3, they're going to be exposed to higher concentrations than organisms feeding on prey of trophic position 4 and 5. So trophic analysis is important despite the lack that D4 does not magnify. Next slide, please. Comment on the methods and data used for estimating dietary exposures for ecologically relevant species and discuss the appropriateness of the trophic transfer analysis for aquatic dependent mammals. Basically, at least in my view, the report is mute on how the bioaccumulation data are to be used for estimating concentrations of D4 in fish for the purpose of estimating risks in mammals, birds, and humans. At least I didn't see it. Trophic analysis is important, though, for assessing exposure of aquatic dependent mammals to D4 because of the trophic dilution that we just discussed earlier. And I highly recommend that the EPA is using some of their own models. US EPA CABAM model is really nicely programmed to deal with the calculations that the EPA is trying to make. There are some very much related other models as well, like AquaWeb, Multibox, and the APME-B model. These models are very useful for doing the calculations that the EPA is trying to do. Next slide, please. On charge question 8, on the appropriateness of EPA's application of the upper bound maximum value to define which fish tissue concentrations are realistic. I just viewed the EPA presentations, and I still stick with my opinion that the approach lacks a strong scientific basis. It's arbitrary in nature. And basically, there are much better ways to determine which tissue concentrations are realistic and which ones are not. And there's one technique that has been used for this purpose, actually. It's called fugacity or chemical activity-based analysis. These methods have been applied to D4 and D5, so the results are totally available. And my feeling is that they will give you a much better idea about what concentrations are realistic and which ones are not. Finally, I really emphasize the usefulness of the calculations of these realistic concentrations of D4 in field and in laboratory studies. It's a really good idea. And in my view, at least, it's especially important for evaluating toxicological data for substances that are very hydrophobic, like D4, because many studies apply dosage or concentration levels that are unrealistic and therefore provide incorrect toxicological information for environmental risk assessments. And I will leave it there, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gobas. Are there any questions for Dr. Gobas? You have a question, Dr. Cobb?
I do, and thank you, Dr. Gobas, for that. That was very, very helpful. And I think one of your former charges asked questions related to some of the things you mentioned earlier in our discussions related to the lipid normalization. So I want to make sure I understand. Are you suggesting that it's possibly better not to lipid normalize in these situations that we're evaluating in this assessment?
It depends what you're using lipid normalization for. So when you're trying to calculate a TMF, then it's a good approach to use lipid normalized concentrations in organisms and plot them versus trophic position. That's a perfectly valid approach. What's not a valid approach is when you do what they call lipid standardization. Then you take the results for a concentration, or you take the BCF of D4 in this case in a fish with a 1% lipid content, and then you multiply it times 5 to calculate it for a 5% fish. That is totally wrong, right? It works well for low KLW substances that mainly transfer between the water and the fish through the gills. Then you get very close to a partition coefficient. But for these very hydrophobic chemicals, it doesn't work. And in my written comments, I provided a whole mathematical derivation of that, probably a little bit too much, but it is to point out that this is simply not correct. And so is the growth correction method that also shows up in the report. In one instant in particular, that method is mathematically wrong. So don't use it. And it has been published, but you still see it sometimes show up in reports and assessments like that. So it's my role to tell you about that.
Sure, and I fully appreciate that. I really do. And so please take my questions truly as that, not interrogation, so to speak. I'm really pretty much agreeing with almost everything you're saying. I want to clarify and make sure the committee is hearing what you're saying very clearly. I'm trying to read my own notes now. The other thing I wanted to ask really quickly is about the fugacity modeling. And I am embarrassed to say I haven't delved into this enough to know, has fugacity modeling been used or published for D4 accumulation in the way that you're describing, or would it just be a calculation that EPA or someone else would have to do?
I think the answer is yes. I myself did a fugacity-based analysis, a risk assessment analysis for D5.
Right.
And another paper was done by Ken Woodburn and others on D4, if I remember it correctly. But
Okay.
there's definitely a very similar paper written on D4 specifically.
Okay, now.
And I can give you the reference of that if you give me a minute or so.
Yeah, I could put that in my comments. This is Ann Fairbrother. It's a paper by Fairbrother and Woodburn. So
Oh, there you go.
We'll make sure that they sign it.
That's great. Thank you. One final question is, in the fugacity modeling aspect, EPA is using the EPI suite. And I don't want to get into apples and oranges of different modeling techniques, but if you had a open source model that you would suggest is used for this kind of approach to get to concentrations or bioconcentration factors in fish and other organisms, what would you suggest?
Well, I put that in the slides. There's basically the AquaWeb model that John Arnott and me developed. That model was then taken by the US EPA, and they made what they call the what I call the US EPA Caban model,
okay.
Which is mathematically the same. But what they did do very nicely is they presented a very nice, easily usable spreadsheet that does the calculations that you guys are really interested in. It does calculations of concentrations in the fish and then the resulting risks to wildlife that is consuming on them. These models give you, they take into account the different external factors that control the BCF and the BAF and the concentrations in the fish. Whereas, let's say the EPI suite models gives you 1 BCF,
right,
but it's not specific to the conditions that are relevant for your risk assessment, right?
Exactly.
There's nothing wrong with what the EPI suite does, but it's not what you need. And that's why we develop those models.
Exactly. Yeah, I don't even think the EPI suite has concentrations in organisms. I think it's totally abiotic. But I may be wrong. Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the presentation, the dialogue, and I turn it back over to Dr. Kamal to make sure we have any other questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Well, thank you, Dr. Gubas. That was a great discussion. And now our last presenter for today would be Dr. Kathy Plotsky from Dow at Traverse City, Michigan.
Hello, my name is Kathy Plotsky, and I'm the Chief Health and Environmental Scientist for the Dow Consumer Solutions business. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry and a PhD in Pharmacology, and I have several decades of experience in chemistry, toxicology, and environmental fate of silicones, in particular D4. Thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback and information regarding Charge Question 2B and Section 4.1.2 of the Draft Human Health Hazard Assessment. I am providing this information on behalf of the SEHSC organization. Next slide, please. First, it's important to note the SEHSC supplemental submissions from February 17th, February 23rd of 2024, and the presentation to the agency at the July 11th, 2024 stakeholder meeting with Jürgen Paloon. All of these were provided in our written comments in response to this charge question as well. To briefly summarize, on February 17th, SEHSC provided EPA with a supplemental submission that included 2 additional studies regarding inhalation exposure of D4, the Krieger et al. Study and the Paloon study or publication. In addition, as part of the February 17th supplemental submission, SEHSC also provided revised sections of the previous submitted draft risk evaluation to account for the new study information. Both studies provide evidence that at high vapor concentrations of D4, you will induce an artifactual aerosol phase in the breathing zone of the animals that would not occur during human use. Next slide, please. On February 23rd, SEHSC provided another supplemental submission, which included a human health risk assessment for D4 specific to the conditions of use from which potential aerosol or mist exposure to D4 had been identified. For comparative purposes in this analysis, the points of departures associated with the D4 aerosol exposures were determined using two different methodologies. The first being the Pulloon approach, which was based on the 2021 publication cited above, for calculating occupational exposure levels for workers and reference concentrations for consumers. The second being the calculated reference concentration for both workers and consumers using the 90-day nose-only inhalation study in rats, with D4 using species-specific adjustment factors derived through the MMPD modeling. It is important to note, no risk was identified for consumer or commercial exposure to D4 aerosols for the identified conditions of use using either approach. However, to provide further explanation of the Pulloon approach and the limitations of the MPPD modeling, SEHSC provided a presentation to the agency at the July 11th, 2024 EPA stakeholder meeting. A copy of Dr. Pulloon's slides were included as well with our comments to these charge questions. Next slide, please. The presentation highlighted two key points. Due to the physical chemical properties of D4, in particular the triple point, the inhaled D4 is impacted by body temperature at the breathing zone of the animal, which leads to an unstable aerosol formation. The Krieger et al. Study conclusions demonstrated that this unstable aerosol production could occur at 300, 500, or 700 part per million, and increasing in those concentrations would you see the unstable aerosol. This supported Dr. Pulloon's analysis that this could have occurred in the D4 toxicity studies at equal to or greater than the 300 part per million D4 vapor concentrations, but would not have occurred at the lower concentrations. Next slide, please. Moreover, the presentation discussed key differences in the rat and human respiratory systems. These key differences would allow D4 as an unstable aerosol to evaporate into a vapor in the upper human respiratory tract. This mechanism renders humans less susceptible to exposure to inhaled D4 unstable aerosols than rats maintained in the inhalation chamber. The Pulloon presentation, the Kruger et al. Report, and the Pulloon publication provide evidence that high vapor concentrations of D4 will induce this artifactual aerosol phase in the breathing zone of the animals that would not occur during human use of D4 up to the saturated vapor concentration. This supports that the use of the MPPD model is inappropriate, as aerosols below the saturated vapor concentration would be unstable in the upper human respiratory system and would then evaporate. Next slide, please. Yep. In summary, for any condition of use that has an aerosol and or mist exposure in the application or use, those aerosols would be unstable below the saturated vapor concentration. And due to the key differences in the rat and human respiratory system, D4 as an unstable aerosol would evaporate into a vapor in that upper respiratory tract in humans, and therefore not lead to an aerosol exposure in humans. Therefore, we agree with EPA that the focus of most D4 inhalation toxicity studies on the use of vapor exposure at the lower concentrations is appropriate for assessing human exposure to D4. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Plotsky. Are there any questions for Dr. Plotsky? I see Michael Wright. Mr. Wright? I think you're muted.
I'm trying to.
No, you're good. Okay.
Got that. This is probably a naive question. I don't deal with these issues on a day-to-day basis, but if a D4 aerosol converts back to a vapor in the human respiratory tract, wouldn't the dose still be the same? the vapor obviously enters the deep lung, but a small aerosol should also enter the deep lung. And as a matter of fact, all of it ought to reach the respiratory tract, bronchioli and that sort of thing. So why does it make a difference?
It does make a difference because the effects that we're seeing in the preliminary effects in the study were due to the aerosol formation. So if that aerosol cannot occur in humans due to the difference in the respiratory systems, and even if that aerosol, if it's unstable, if it's going to be below the saturated vapor concentration, and the saturated vapor concentration of D4 is like 700 to 900 parts per million. So that's a really, really high concentration that would be compared to something very low what humans would get exposed to. So even with an aerosol, it's going to vaporize in the system, and that is going to determine its deposition and its potential to interact with the surfactants within the respiratory tract.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Dr. Cobb?
So just to clarify, the entire analysis was transitioning or re-evaluating rodent data with human parameters, and there was no human evaluation done in any of the studies that you're talking about.
Well, we actually do have some human exposure studies, vapor exposure studies that were conducted with D4. But in the balloon approach, what he is suggesting, because the concern would be this formation of unstable aerosols, that you can use the vapor pressure to do the quantitative risk assessment and apply a safety factor. And then, basically look at your occupational exposure limit and your reference concentration. So you can do a quantitative risk assessment, but you just use the vapor pressure. You don't need to take a look at the MPPD modeling because it's really, you're only going to get aerosol forming greater than that saturated vapor concentration.
Okay, thank you. And where are those human inhalation data that you referred to?
Yeah, so the human inhalation data was with the University of Rochester, UTEL et al. Would be the publication, but we can make sure that you have that. And I can point out where they're referenced in the risk evaluation as well.
Thank you. I'm relatively confident very confident that my colleagues have delved into that already. I haven't had a chance to delve into as much of this as I would like. So Thank you very much. Yep. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Right, thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Right, thank you very much, Dr. Plotsky.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Dr. Cobb, would you want to have a final word before we adjourn today?
Well, I would just like to thank everyone, the public speakers, the EPA presenters, the SAC members and ad hocs, all of the EPA staff and contractors. This has been a long day, but very productive, and I really appreciate everybody's work today. And I usually do turn it back over to you, Dr. Kamal, to close us out to make sure we're following all of our procedures.
Sure. And I also echo what Dr. Cobb said. I want to thank everyone. And that said, then we will see you tomorrow at the same time at 10 o'clock Eastern Time for the second day of this peer review. And this meeting is adjourned.